Can I make something good out of this? Can I make something good out of this? Chances are you will not be missed, 'cause you don't give a shit. Can I make something good out of this? just want to change the world. I just want the perfect girl. I don't want to hang around, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Change the world, but I'm not gonna wait my turn. I don't ever want to come down, I'd rather be found. It gets better, I wonder, my pleasure together. Everyone's waiting, anticipating. Let's go! I can't pretend. No. I hope this never ends. It's about you. I will never be alone again. I'm immune to the things they said. My heart's unbreaking. Your radiant truth, I know that you will understand, because I finally found myself. My heart's unbreaking. You're radiant. You're radiant. Let's go. Jolie. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, dude. What do you mean? Dude, Barron Trump is a shitter? Are we surprised about this? Come on. Come on now. Dude, he's an Andrew Tate fan. Of course he is. Right? Oh. Dude, of course he is. Dude, you know that guy's a clown, right? I mean, dude, he grew up. He's got Trump blood in him. Oh, shit. Dude. Oh, that is so, like, dude, that is so gnarly. Like, for fucking, you know, for Trump to, the way they helped Andrew Tate, like, get out of the country. Oh, that shit is fucking bullshit, bro. Let's go. Dude, how we living, people?
Clown Prince, Erika Kirk looks like the Tiffany doll from the Chucky franchise. Dude, let me see. Let's see. I am not familiar with that. Tiffany doll, Chucky. Let's take a look. Oh, shit, bro. Dude, she kind of does, boss. Okay? She kind of does. She does. So does Caroline Levitt, actually. Dude. This doll is like the spitting image of Caroline Levitt. Right? Oh, fuck, bro. That's some creepy shit. Some creepy ass shit. Oh, Lord have mercy. Dude, I'm not going to be able to sleep. Fucking A, bro. Poor Jennifer Tilly. Is that who played the doll? Dude, look at her. She is such a weirdo, bro. She is such a weirdo. Dude, no, she seriously, when I looked at, like, we're going to look at this clip, dude, we're going to, like, with her eyebrows and shit, like, this clip
we
will be,
serve a just God.
like,
and I rest easy in knowing
dude,
that.
What the fuck
sovereign.
is going on with her fucking eyebrows, bro? I rest easy in knowing that it's sovereign. I eat the heads off small rodents. Jesus, I love Jesus so much. I'm gonna chew a bat's head off. In the green room? Dude, what the fuck, bro? Dude, I didn't even notice this. Proud liberal with the eyebrows. Like, what the fuck? Dude, see, I don't even get that. Was that like that? Oh, see, I didn't notice it because I didn't see that close of a shot. I didn't even notice how fucked up her eyebrows are. I mean, they're pretty fucking weird, dude. Dude, she is just wretched, bro. It is like, and I mean, this is hard. You know what I'm saying? This is hard because part of me feels bad because, you know, it sucks that she has to be going through all the hate she's getting. But, like, what the fuck is she doing? Because, see, I have a theory about this too, guys. All right? Because whether you like people or not, okay, you ready? I have a metaphor for like her reality. Okay? Because whether you like people or not, even when there's somebody shitty like Charlie Kirk or Alex Jones or whatever, Andrew Tate, you look at those people, you know they're fucking degenerates. But whether we like them or not, they created their fame, okay? They did. Even if they did it in a bullshit way of like spreading conspiracy theories or like Andrew Tate doing this misogynist bullshit. Andrew Tate, when I see him on the fucking internet, I know that he fucking created his fame. And I don't like it, and I don't like him, but at least I can accept the fact that somehow this guy figured out how to be famous. Now, the problem with Erika fucking Kirk is she didn't create anything, okay? She's not famous. She didn't build a social media empire. She didn't build a YouTube channel. She built nothing. She was somebody that nobody fucking even knew who this woman was. She was a trad wife to somebody going to a piss poor university. But all of a sudden, they have plugged her into Charlie Kirk's fame. Okay? And they're putting her on every like TV show. And she's like streaming in front of thousands of people on his fucking channel. You know what I mean? Like, that is the thing that's weird. And you know what it is, guys? I figured out exactly what it is and why it's so uncomfortable. Have you ever watched a TV show where there's one character that plays the character for like 7 years, and then all of a sudden you turn on the TV show in season 8 and there's a different human being playing this beloved character, even though Charlie Kirk was not beloved to me, that's what's going on right now. It's like they just switched Charlie Kirk's fucking character for this woman, this weird religious woman. Yeah, and I'm not talking about Charlie Kirk being beloved. I'm talking about like Roseanne. They switched a fucking character. They switched Becky, okay? And everybody liked who Becky was. And all of a sudden there was a new person playing Becky. And it's like, what the fuck is this? Right? And everybody's like, no, I can't even watch this now. Because there's a different human being and they're all acting like they don't see a different human being. And I mean, that's what they've done with her. They have like, you know, just inserted her into Charlie Kirk's fame. And we're supposed to like, oh, look, it's Erika. But like, dude, she's weird, okay? She's weird. Her face is weird. Her expressions are weird. Her emotions are fucking bizarre, right? Because it's like she doesn't have any. She vacillates between like the appearance of different emotional states for no reason whatsoever. She's like smiling, happy, and next minute she's like, I'm gonna chew your dog's head off, right? Dude, she's like humping JD. She's rubbing the Bible all over herself. I mean, this shit is just, it's fucked up, right? Dude, her kids are going to be messed up, okay? Her kids are going to be messed up, dude. And so, yeah, so to me, that shit is just weird. Like taking a completely non-famous person, okay, and that nobody knows, and just plugging them into this absolute fame is just bizarre, dude. It is. That shit is totally fucking bizarre. Toxic. It is definitely toxic. All right. All right. Dude, it's just unfucking real, man. You know what I mean? Unreal. The conservative woman belongs in the house. I mean, guys, I have a lot of reasons. Obviously, I have a ton of reasons why I like find her offensive, but I think that automatic, like the idea that because she was the wife of someone famous, she automatically is gonna be this famous person that's gonna just carry the torch is like, it's unacceptable. You know, I mean, imagine if some beloved actor, right? You know, Tom Hanks, right? Imagine if Tom Hanks dies and all of a sudden his wife is just everywhere on TV. You can't open up a piece of media without seeing her face there, talking about what Tom Hanks wants for the world now. Oh, we're going to put Tom Hanks foundations in every school. It's like, dude, fuck off, right? Fuck off. You know? We'd be like, yo, Tom Hanks' wife, go fucking kick rocks. You know what I'm saying? Dude, like, give me a break, dude. Light-skinned Viv from Fresh Prince. Dude. Erika Kirk is light-skinned Viv. What is that? Viv. I don't remember that show. I didn't really watch that show. Viv. Is she weird in that show? She a weird religious nut? Aunt Vivian? Dude, I don't remember. I never really watched the show. Oh, did they change him out? Did they change her where there are two Vivians? Is that what it is? They switched moms? Yeah, dude, no way. Oh, so were these the two women? Right? They fucking, this one and then this one? Like, what the fuck, bro? Or, dude, Because I like for me, it was Becky from Roseanne, right? Right? Becky from Roseanne was the startling one because everybody loved the OG Becky. Dude, she was like so funny and so snide and like had a super unique look to her that and then all of a sudden, like one day you turn on the show and this person is on there. It was like, dude, what the fuck, bro? What are we doing, dude? Right? It was just so wrong. Like this person was not Becky Connor. You know what I mean? That is just, dude, that was just not okay, bro. Just not okay, dude. That shit. Yeah, her personality, you're right. Her personality was changed, dude. Dude, this shit. And that's what they did with Erika. She is such a weirdo, bro. But again, though, guys, I like my thing when I say, you know, I feel bad. I do feel a little bad because like she is like playing a game that I just don't think is going to work out well for her, right? You know what I'm saying? Dude, I don't think it's going to work out well for her. She's like, oh, you know, dude, it is a train wreck. It's like watching a fucking car accident. That's what I feel like, guys. I feel like I wake up every day and I am forced to watch a car accident, okay? And like it's problematic. You know, and somebody said that you doubt she's the mastermind. See, that's just it. I think she wants this. I think she's been dying for this, guys, because she was a pageant girl. She wanted to be famous, guys, and she wasn't. She just wasn't. She wasn't even a good pageant girl. She won like Miss Arizona once. She was a fucking nobody, okay? And now she's like on camera on Fox News. Everyone's fawning over her. She is like a pig in shit right now. I mean, and I mean no more literal thing. She is a pig in shit right now, dude. She's wanted this so bad, and she completely got it she didn't even have to do anything, man. No disrespect to pigs, yes. No disrespect to pigs, boss. Oh, fuck, bro. Dude, I think she might be JonBenet Ramsey. It might be her. Let's check the birth dates. Oh. Dude. Holy shnikes. All right. All right. So there was like people are, I'm seeing weird people that are like trying to fracture this thing. Some of these reporters, right? You can see the reporters that are trying to like, you know, like Yashar Ali. I don't know if you know him, but he's kind of a con man. Okay. Yashar Ali. He's a decent reporter, but he's also like a weird gay dude who like, I don't know, he's engaged in some weird behavior, like moving in with people and mooching off them and getting kicked out of their houses. Like, and so he posted something today. He posted, right? He's trying to stir the pot. Okay. Do you guys know who Yashar Ali is? He's a journalist, but he's had some like, you know, crazy, where was it? Right? He did some reporting, right? And admitted that he had experienced some like SA and shit, but right, he like, right, he had done some things. He's an interesting character, okay? Where he had like attached himself to stars, okay? And like moved in with them and like used them and shit, and then, you know, been asked to leave and wouldn't leave. I'm trying to figure who'd he move in with. What was it? Who was it? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So he moved in with Kathy Griffin, right? He moved in with one of the Gettys, right? An oil heiress, lived in her $14 million home. And then there was some financial souring, like maybe he spent some of her money. And then he was ordered to pay a debt, right? He took some like money from her. Like he's had a history of like moving in with rich women and then stealing from them, essentially, right? And then he did the same thing with fucking Kathy Griffin, okay? He was like a personal assistant, and then she asked him to leave. And then the founder of 𝗙ecie𝗶𝗏, right? And he moved in with her again too. And again, it was like some money shit, okay? So he would like not have his, but no, nameless. He's gay. He's gay. No, he's actually gay. He like moves in with rich women and like as like the gay friend, right? He's not like hooking up with them. He's like, oh, I'm the gay friend. And then he moves in with them and then he fucking takes their money and shit. And eventually they bounce him. Isn't that wild? Okay? Dude, yeah, he's not a player. He's a hustler, right? And so even with this, right, that he like for a while he didn't even have an address. Okay? He was just mooking around with people. But so you ready? So the reason I bring this up is because he entered the chat today he entered the chat on the Candace Owens thing. Okay? He did, dude. He entered it with this. He came in and he did it in a real sort of indirect fucking way where he said, you ready? Look at what he does here. He said, he is on Team Erika. Okay? Now, he is on Team Erika. Now, if he were to try to move in with somebody, he would probably try to move in with Erika because she's more vulnerable and she has many more millions than Candace Owens does. Right? Candace has a man, so he ain't moving in there. Right? I mean, just saying. But here's what he tweeted today. He said, do people even know that Candace Owens wasn't even at Charlie Kirk's wedding in 2021? I confirmed this last night. There's no doubt that at one point, Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk spent a great deal of time together and were close. But Candace coming into the story after his assassination as some sort of authority whom people, including Charlie's wife, have to report to and justify their actions to is just wild. This isn't even to suggest that someone who hadn't been that close to someone couldn't be upset by their assassination or couldn't care to fight for their accountability. Well, it kind of is, Yasha, which Candace is not truly helping with. Okay, but Candace is operating as an authority, and she has deputized her large fan base through the use of conspiracies to demand that people in Charlie Kirk's world and law enforcement report up to her. It's just crazy. Now, here's the thing that's weird about this reply, though, okay, is first off, just because Candace Owens wasn't at Charlie's wedding, I don't know what that means. I mean, that could mean that Candace Owens wasn't at Charlie's wedding because of Erika. Okay? Because of Erika. Maybe Candace wasn't there because Erika was black. Because Candace is black And Erika wasn't going to have a black woman friend, close friend of Charlie's at the wedding. Like, we don't know why Candace wasn't there. We don't know if Candace and Charlie weren't still in close contact, but if it was verboten because of Erika, because we do know that Erika's weird. And we do know that Erika, like, I could absolutely see Erika, the devout evangelical, having a problem with, you know, a black woman that was besties being there, right? I mean, we don't know. You know what I'm saying? We don't know. The gay conversion therapy didn't work on MAGA. Dude, it never works. Don't do it, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know. But there is something to be said, okay? There is something to be said about this. Like, we know this is a cult, but the problem here, though, guys, the problem here isn't Candace, okay? The problem here is that the entire MAGA fan base thing is cult based, okay? I mean, here's what it is there's a cult of Candace and there's a cult of Charlie, okay? And now once Charlie died, the cult of Charlie was like, this doesn't make any sense. What's going on? And the cult of Candace said, hey guys, we're asking the same question. You want to come over here? Like, we feel like we're not getting answers. Okay? Like, you know what I mean? I mean, they're just all fundamentally cults. MAGA is a cult. I mean, look at the devotion to Charlie now. We have, you ready for this, guys? Look at this shit. Okay? I'm going to show you a tweet to show you, like, the average Charlie Kirk fan, guys. This shit is not normal. Yo, Tommy, how you doing this morning? Chris Birch, doing great, brother. Thank you. Well, look at this tweet, guys. Okay? Look at this shit. It is, let me find it, dude. This shit was weird, bro. I saw this and I was like, what the fuck, dude? These guys, look at this. Okay? Guys, these are young dudes. Okay? Like, I remember being, 21. Okay? 20, 22, 25. Okay? I loved Perry Farrell. I loved all my rock and roll star, like, idols that I used to go see. Dude, Allison, let's go. Fuck you, Trumpy. All right, so you see these guys? These guys are like whatever. They're young Trumpies. They're young MAGA. But look at this post, okay? Look at this post. It says, we will never forget you, Charlie Kirk. We are Christian conservatives because of Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk. And like, dude, that's weird. That's weird. And they're tagging the account that's being run by the organization, like, that is tweeting as the dead guy. Like, bro, like, that's weird. Charlie Kirk ain't Jesus. Do they worship Jesus or do they worship Charlie Kirk? Dude, what the fuck is going on? And there's a lot of people doing this. And they're like, they're serious. They're devoted. They're going to go to a fucking rally with 10,000 people and they're going to wave pictures of Charlie and chant his name and shit. It's fucking weird, guys. So the point being, these guys are already a cult. Okay? Charlie Kirk's following was a cult following. Same as like Andrew Tate, where you can catch him, having sex with children, and you're like, oh, nope, wasn't him. This Matrix made it up, right? Cult. So these guys are all cults. Okay, so Candace Owens followers are cult. Okay, all of the far righters are cult. All of the religious-based, worshiping of human beings are cult-like. Even the people who worship the mega church pastors right? Like Kenneth Coleman or whatever his fucking name is. The guy with the fucking demon eyes, right? And so, right? Are we a cult? What do you mean? You guys in my chat? No. I don't think we're a cult. I don't think any of you out there are going to be walking around saying, I am Tommy Harrington, right? I don't envision that's going to happen ever. I hope not. If it does, get help, all right? If you ever find yourself saying, I am Tommy Harrington, get help. Dude, I don't want to be in a cult, man. You know what I mean? But, so I guess my point being is that Candace is just leading her cult. And the real problem, guys, you ready? The real problem is not this, okay? Because Candace isn't really demanding Erika answer to her, okay? She's not. Candace has literally never even asked for a debate. She was just voicing questions and wanting 𝗙PUSA to respond. But the problem is that Charlie's cult wants some of the answers. Like Charlie's cult believes Candace. Okay? They do. Charlie's cult believes Candace. Many of them do. Some of them don't. There's a faction of them that are like hardwired to Erika, but there's a huge portion of the Charlie cult that are like, wow, Candace is really making sense. And yeah, we want Erika to respond. Okay? She swooped him up. I mean, guys, I honestly, I don't even know if she did this in a calculating way. I mean, I think Candace Owens, you are 𝗡𝗡. Let's go, Ingrain. Dude, we are all 𝗡𝗡. I am 𝗡𝗡. Dude, by the way, I had a dream. Can I just tell you, I had a dream before stream tonight that was horrific. Like fucking, I'm going to share this with you, sidebar, since he said I am 𝗡𝗡. So in my dream, I was fucking dancing, whatever. I jumped up and I was dancing, but I didn't have any pants on. So in the middle of my dance, I looked at my monitor and my fucking thing was hanging out. And I was like, holy shit. So I ended the stream, deleted the video. I had to go out for a walk with Jenny. When we came back, I got a notice that I had gotten a lifetime ban from YouTube. And like my whole shit was just gone, dude. All the videos, all the fucking, the streaming, everything was just gone. And I wasn't going to be able to appeal it because I couldn't explain, like, why didn't I have underwear on? Why was I streaming without underwear? Which, I mean, I fucking don't stream without underwear. But you know what I'm saying? Dude, I woke up at like 10:45 and I was like, holy shit. Nightmare, bro. Dude, nightmare, boss. Oh my God. I was like, oh, good. That didn't fucking happen, dude. Dude, shit, bro. Like, isn't that wild? Oh, man, dude. I don't know what that dream is foretelling. If some big fucking, controversy is going to show up or what. I mean, maybe it's nothing. But yeah, dude, it was fucking scary, though. Because, like, I woke up and I had that feeling, right? Because I remember, too, when I looked at the lifetime ban thing, like, my son was there. And it was just like this feeling of like, dude, I fucked up. I'm not going to be able to unban. I'm never getting this shit back. And I was like really disappointed. The prophecy. Yes. Oh shit, dude. Right? Oh, Lord have mercy. Just a wardrobe malfunction warning. Yeah, see, I don't think you'd get away with that because it's not like something popped out of the clothes. It was like there were just no clothes, bro. Right? Right? That was like, yeah, it was fucking not good. Dude. Anyway, but so, yeah, so that's the thing. Like, I don't think Candace woke up one day and was like, you know what? I'm going to try and like unload on 𝗙PUSA, guys. I think, you ready? Here's what I think, guys. I think Candace Owens couldn't process what happened to Charlie. Okay? Right? Candace Owens couldn't process what happened to Charlie. And she is a conspiracy person, right? Her nature. She's conspiracy. Yeah, she's like super wounded. Her friend died. She is a conspiracy theorist by trade, right? So she's naturally going to not believe the FBI. She's naturally going to not believe things. And then you know what she did, guys, is she made a video about it, about like her concerns and Charlie and how she was feeling. And a whole bunch of his followers were like, we feel the same way, right? Because that's just it. They're all culty conspiracy weirdos. So I don't think they're ever getting out of the woods. But here's what I said, dude. I said this, dude. I replied to 𝗙cie saying, it's destroying. This person's like, you're a wacko. And I said, dude, it's destroying MAGA though. So we're going to feed Candace. Fuck Erika. She was married to an asshole who groomed kids to live a different life than they live. She can fucking burn for that. No mercy for these fake Calvinist goons, right? And dude, I stand by this, okay? I do. I stand by this statement that like Candace is destroying MAGA. So dude, I'm going to give her all the gasoline she wants. That's number one. Number two, her and Charlie Kirk were frauds, okay? They were frauds, guys. They didn't tell kids to go get advanced degrees and be a strong, successful career woman, right? They didn't tell kids to like, right? They didn't tell kids the truth. They told kids some prefab shit designed to like doom them to a life of religious servitude in capitalism for their wealthy donors, right? They're liars and degenerates who live differently than they preached, okay? And they're Calvinists, right? And so fuck them, dude. So Candace is a Catholic. That's interesting too. That's interesting that there's this like, you know, the Catholics are being a thorn in their side, because there's always been some issues with Catholicism and the sort of like evangelical, you know, whatever Pentecostal fucking, right? There's been some bad blood there, right? You never understood why there were so many brands of Christianity. Yeah, you know what it is, right? You know what it is it's the fact that like, you know, Christianity was like, this was like localized shit, guys, with a bunch of stories from every different sort of culture, if you will, right? A bunch of oral traditions. So the thing that's wild about it is, and then there's the idea of a prophet. So what was wild about it is you have every region of the world has some type of like parable that found its way into the biblical canon. And then somebody would just rise up and be like, I'm a prophet, and everyone would go follow them, right? And it was like literally, you know, like even like we've talked about the Moravian church, Jan Hus, he stood up and became this vocal figure, and they all thought he was like some type of prophet. I mean, they're real. Same shit's happening now. That fucking Kenneth Copeland or whatever, that mega church preacher, people think he's like a prophet. The same with, you know, they thought Charlie Kirk was some type of prophet. They're running around saying, I am Charlie Kirk, right? You know, it's just what happens when they're all looking for somebody to worship. That's really what it is. They're susceptible to that. But man, we're in it. But I thought this was interesting though, guys. Okay. And the reason why I thought this was interesting was seeing Yashar Ali, who is sort of a grifter himself and has had a long history of grifting off the empires of other people, him getting into the Erika camp was like, oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Right? You know what I'm saying? That's pretty interesting. That the grifter who grifts off, grifted off all other people's empires, looks at Erika Kirk and thinks, oh yeah, Erika is the righteous one in this arrangement. He sees himself in Erika. Oh shit, boss. But it heats up, man. This shit is just weird though, guys. Okay? This shit is weird, bro. Right? This fucking shit is fucking strange. This guy right here is like running for office in Oklahoma. He's a clown. Okay? It's this dude with the pederast mustache. He's running for county commissioner. Dude, he is such a freak, bro. Look at this. Every post he has, I am Charlie Kirk. It's like, no, dude, you're Lane Brown, bro. We are Charlie Kirk, right? We are winning the youth. Like, yeah, I don't think you are. I think you're probably trying to do some shit with the youth. You're trying to Benny Johnson the youth. Like, every post is just like, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like so weird. Every post, and he keeps like attacking transgender people. I mean, he's a one-trick pony, right? But dude, these boys are not safe, boss. Right? And can I show you something else while we're on this topic? It's this guy, dude, the Hames guy. Remember the slavery defending preacher? This Joshua Hames guy? This dude who was all like, did his little thing about slavery is not so bad. Why are you attacking slavery? But he did a post the other day, dude, that I thought was really interesting that we have to highlight. Okay? And it is this one. You ready? Look at this post, guys. This is truly alarming. Okay? It says, God hates the alphabet agenda. That's where he starts. God hates, and then a segment of the human race. It's a pretty bold statement for somebody to claim that, first off, their God hates somebody, the God of love or whatever. And like, how does he know that? Right? You know what I mean? And then he says, so should we. And we should talk about it a lot. Christians should constantly, vocally, passionately oppose the demonic, disordered sexual perversion of the alphabet cult, precisely because our current culture celebrates it. They'll call you a bigot and a phobe, and when they do, we are commanded to rejoice and be glad. If you're not being called a bigot and a phobe, if you have no enemies whatsoever, you're probably not loving your neighbors enough to tell them the offensive truths they needed to hear, right? But I was like, dude, I had to get in on this because I'm like, bro, you don't know what God hates, you fucking heretic, right? I mean, guys, I grew up in the church, okay? And my point is like, I don't believe in God anymore. And I've like stepped away from the church. But when I grew up in the church, the one thing I did know is that it's heretical to run around thinking you are the mouthpiece of God. Okay? That is like one of the cardinal sins. Okay? You are not God. You are supposed to humbly obey and dutifully nurture a relationship with loving your neighbor and giving and caring for human beings in the name of God. And you might like think of people in a certain way, but you're not supposed to engage in judgment. You're not supposed to engage in any type of hubris where you think you're better than them and you put them down and shit. Okay? And I went on to say you're most likely a gay dude who's closeted, trying to hide from your own shame. But even proclaiming you know what God hates is enough for you to burn in hell. And that's true, man. If you are a believer of God and you walk around saying you know what God wants for the people, you're going to burn in hell, man. You are not the spokesperson. And I'm like, dude, Christians, you're being played by these guys. These guys are fucking playing you, right? Dude, they get off on like trying to be God is what these guys do, right? People, look at everybody's like, nailed it, right? Oh, this guy attacked my forehead. Okay. Yeah, thank you, boss. Right? Dude, let's go. Shut the fuck up with my big ass forehead. Nah, bro. Nah, we're not going to shut up. Dude, let's go. My forehead's bigger than yours. Bigger than you, dude. Let's go. Better than you. Dude, the forehead of truth. But yeah, dude, this is pure hubris, okay? And this though, guys, this right here, this is not just Joshua Hames, okay? This is the modern MAGA Christian movement is they do believe they have a right to like degrade that which they believe God abhors. And they believe that they are spokespeople that are commanded to do that. And they're like way off base. I mean, I don't think there's a God, but if there is a God, they're all fucking burning in hell. All of them. They're all gonna fucking fry, dude. Dude. You know? Yeah, he's a pipe smoker. There were some people in the comments attacking him for the pipe smoking too, right? People in here were saying like the fucking chain smoking the pipe, okay? Right? And, right? You know what I mean? And there were many people, follower of Christ says you are supposed to make enemies. Yeah, right? Dude, this is funny, bro. Shit, boss. Like, what are we doing, bro? Dude, oh my God, dude. This one is good. His body is a temple. Dude, oh, there's a good one. Alphabet agenda for you. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go. But yeah, dude, this though, this statement right here is like, that's like hellfire. You know what I mean? Like, that shit is crazy. All right. Dude, we'll come back to Erika. We're going to have some Erika. Dude, of course we are. Tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow's going to be, you know what I'm saying? Tomorrow is going to be fucking rough. I'm just telling you right now. Tomorrow is the Barry Weiss, Erika Kirk town hall. So be ready tomorrow, guys. We are going to see nothing but Erika Kirk's face tomorrow. It's going to be just wall to wall, dude. Wall to wall, right? I mean, dude, I'm going to get out my Candace Owens flamethrower to fight some of it back. It's going to be bad, guys. It's going to be all night after that thing comes out, probably tomorrow and tomorrow night and Sunday. After that thing comes out, you're going to just see nothing but Erika Kirk, all right? Because they think... I mean, guys, they think that this is going to win them people. I don't think it is, guys. I honestly don't, okay? I want to show you something that we looked at the other day. Can I just show you? I want to show you something because I know we obliquely referenced this the other day, but I want to put this in perspective because you know that they are like our big movement. We're taking over. We're winning the youth is what they say. We're winning the youth. Okay. But like, I want to show you something. Okay. Because I did a little research on this the other day. So Riley Gaines posted this TPUSA shit the other day where she went to a big like Club America event at a school. And she was like, we're winning. Look at how we're winning all these people over. But we have to look at this because we need to put it in perspective of reality. Okay? Like, let me find the clip here. Oh, maybe it was TPUSA. I'll find it. Clip find. Okay. Oh, wait. I know how to find it. Dude, I'll find it in my replies. That's how we'll get it. All right, here we go. So it was a Club America event in Tennessee. And I just want you guys to have this perspective, okay? Because a big part of their thing is like we're winning over all the kids. We're expanding. Everybody loves us. Look at how we're taking over. Oh my God. Everybody's converting to religion. Now, they have to do this because that's how they get their money. Okay. By converting people is how the billionaires give them more money. Okay. But fundamentally, when you look under the fucking hood of their operation, you realize that they are in a holding pattern. Okay. Where they are perpetually like stuck in the same sort of locales. And in particular, this is why they're trying to expand into every school. They're trying to get some leverage with that because they're not really wanted. Most schools are not taking them. They're not expanding. They're not winning over new followers. They're like, right. That's why they're being hurt so bad by Candace Owens. They are desperately trying to hold on to this little toehold that they have, right? And they do try to do the God's will, but this was particularly alarming here, guys. And I thought it really like pulled back the veil on their bullshit, okay? Because they are bullshit artists at their core. That's what they fucking do. God damn, dude, I do a lot of replies, bro. What the hell, boss? All right. Oh, it's this one. Okay. No, that's Indiana. All right. Almost there. It's before Indiana. It's another group photo like that. Dude, I fucking go off on Twitter, bro. I am a fucking Twitter fucking crazed. I've always been crazy on Twitter. I just love the app, dude. Even when it's a shithole. I love the fucking app, boss. I don't know what they do with that algorithm, but that shit just gets me, right? Dude, I love the Twitter. And like I do pretty well on there, dude. I do. I like now I got it. For years I tried to get good at it, but now I'm like finding my fucking feet in the Twitter land, right? Finding my sea legs. All hail Twitter. Dude, it's such a shitty platform though, bro. It's so dirty. Here it is. Okay? So look at this. Look at this, guys. You ready? So this is right here. Rockvale High School, Tennessee, right? Look at that. They got their big auditorium. Rockvale High School, 160 in attendance. Their fucking Riley Gaines is there. She's going to Rockvale. And they're out there, Club America. They're starting it off. Look at that room full of people, guys. But you ready for this, though, guys? You ready? So it looks like, oh, shit. They're like winning over all these people. But you go to Rockvale, Tennessee, guys, and look at Rockvale. Population 1,200. Okay? Rockvale is an unincorporated community. It's out in the sticks. It is 1,200 people in Rockvale. They're all fucking white. They're all fucking devout evangelical Christians. Okay? So they're not expanding anywhere. They're going to these tiny, tiny fucking towns. Okay? Tiny fucking towns where everybody in that town is a brainwashed white Christian. And there, everyone's like, oh my God. Yeah, 10% of the entire fucking town was there, bro. Right? And like, because this is the only place that is like gonna worship Charlie Kirk, is a place where there are a bunch of brainwashed Christians, all white, all racist, all taught to worship whatever fucking deity is put in front of them. And that's it, right? And that's it. And like, these are the type of schools that are going to embrace fucking, you know, TPUSA. That's it. These are the only type of places that embrace their shit. Okay? And then there are some of the middle of the road people who are like, oh, well, we don't want men to beat up our daughters on the fucking soccer field, that are buying into their bullshit fear campaigns that are not true, by the way. Right? But the point being, though, is when you look at it, they're like, what a night. The students left motivated to make a difference on their campus. But it's like, guys, the whole fucking school is here. The students left motivated to make a difference on their campus is literally the whole school, man, is at this thing. And then they're all hawking this shit. And I'm like, dude, there's nobody there. It's 90% white. 77,000 is the median income in Tennessee. So it's also moneyed, and they're all brainwashed Christians, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like fucking, it is fucking crazy, bro. That's it. That's their audience, guys. But they pretend like, oh my God, we're taking over. Oh my God, we're taking over. They show you Berkeley, but they don't show the empty upper deck. They show you Rockville, Tennessee, but they don't show you that, you know, most schools in America, they're getting fought off. Now, the only place where they're winning is where the supposedly small government people that they are getting daddy government to force it. Like in Texas, Greg Abbott is going to force TPUSA in every school, or the government will punish the school. So the small government people are using the fascist hand of the government to allow them to force their shit into schools. But even then, I don't think they're going to have any members. You know what I'm saying? You know, I think if anything, this might backfire, and people are going to end up being like, God damn, bro. Like, woke 2.0 is going to get here like quicker than ever. Right? Dude. Yeah, Trumpers aren't conservatives. That's true. That's true, dude. Trumpers are not conservatives. But holy shnikey. All right. We got Epstein photos, though. Dude, we got Epstein photos. We're going to come back and visit this shit. We got a couple of other things to talk about. We got a little bit of Erika Kirk. I want to talk about that Alzheimer's stuff with Trump. There is a California representative, a woman who's like, I've had some experience around Alzheimer's, and it seems like maybe Trump is taking Alzheimer's drugs, right? Which is, I think, dude, it's a very legitimate possibility the way they've been hiding him, right? The way they've been hiding him for like days on end. Maybe it hasn't even been, you know, that they've been hiding him because his health is so bad. Maybe they've been hiding him because he doesn't remember who the fuck anybody is, bro. Right? You know what I mean? Dude, all right, are we dance party gold? Yeah, let's get that going. Let's go. Let's fucking get her. We'll go 45 tonight. Dude, I need to dance, boss. I had a good massage today, though. Fucking, some good shit got pulled out of my fucking shoulders, my back. Let's go, Trumpito. Dude, let's go. Dance party incoming. Yes. See, that Alzheimer's drug is, we're going to look at that. I think it is fucking legitimate. So guys, you know what's funny though, guys? We're going to have to be careful when Trump passes. Okay? We are. Because, guys, there is a thing that is instituted now on YouTube. It's the reason why I got banned a couple weeks ago, why my stream got taken down and I got that warning and I'm on probation right now, is you have to, snow puppies, stretch and yawn, ready to run. You have to, if you are mocking someone's death, they can ban you. They added some shit into their fucking wording, right? So we're going to have to be, I mean, I'm not going to be mourning. You just can't, you got to just be careful what you say. Okay. We're going to have to use some code. Okay. We will make sure, dude, Willem, yeah, let's go. We will have code ready. All right. I will make shorthand. We'll be using Pine Box. We'll be using other fucking code. All right. We're going to be very careful and we will be, dancing just to dance. All right. Dude, Jolie, dance party. Let's go. Don't forget your pants. Yes, I'm going to be very careful to make sure I always have my pants on in relation to this stream. I do not want that permanent ban. Pine Box Watch. Let's go, Pinky. Let's go. Oh. Dude, let's go. Oh, yeah, baby. Dude, I feel like those deserve a little Trumpy. Get my Trumpy. Oh, fuck you, Trumpy. Yeah. It's only a party if you can't find your pants. Dude, so I did have this thing, guys, that quick sidebar. I'm not going to go too long, but there was a thing that I got known for in the late 90s in LA. It was an act of radical fucking, resistance to shitty music. Okay? We went through a period in LA where the DJs started building out and having they stopped having bands. And then a lot of bands, we went through a phase where, dude, they were just booking a lot of shitty bands. And a bunch of us that had been in bands for, 6-7 years were a little frustrated with the musical reality of booking agents not doing their job well. And so I went through a period of about a year where every time there was a band that was really bad on stage, I would run into the bathroom and I would strip off my clothes and I would come back out and I would jump up on stage naked with sunglasses on and try to get on the mic with them and fucking lampoon the terrible band. Okay? And so, dude, it was a behavior that I did regularly. I used to go out with my bandmates and we'd walk into a club and if they'd see a terrible band on stage, they would be like, oh, fuck, here we go. And I would be off to the bathroom. And eventually, a lot of these bouncers and the people who worked at these clubs, they knew me, right? Because I played there and they knew me. And in fact, so one time, dude, the 90s were pretty lit, but I got to tell you what happened though at one time, dude. It was at a club called The Joint. Okay. And The Joint was down on Pico and Robertson. Okay. So it's south of West Hollywood. Andy Bell performing at Tower Theater in OKC tonight. Okay, let's go. All right, so what I did, guys, was I had hit The Joint a number of times, right? But so what happened was this was the first time I ever got kicked out of a club because they would kick me out. And then I got kicked back in. But see, this time they didn't have my clothes, okay? They didn't have my clothes. So I went to The Joint. The band was terrible. I don't think I went into the bathroom like they normally knew to find my clothes in the bathroom, but they didn't. I don't know where I changed. I don't remember the specifics. But I was on stage doing my thing, and the bouncer, he was a guy, he kind of looked like Jay Leno. He had that fucking protruding jaw. He was a really nice guy. I mean, I put the guy through hell because obviously this was problematic for the workers. But so what happened was he grabbed me and he like threw me out of the club. But then he had a naked guy out in front of his club on the corner of Pico and Robertson. And like everybody was like honking. And there's a lot of clubs in that area. People were like screaming and shit. And I'm like, you know, mugging for the people in the street, still in my sunglasses. And so he was like, fuck, bro. Now I have a bigger problem because now I have a publicly naked guy out in front of my club. Like the cops are going to be. So he like kicked me back in, right? Dude, it was so funny. Next thing you know, he's out there like trying to wrangle me in the street and he's carrying me back into the club. And then they found my clothes and then they got me dressed and then I was thrown out. But, oh, dude, that was great. Oh, so good. Oh, dude, I got kicked out and I got kicked back in, dude. It was amazing. Dude, I like being naked. I do. I don't have a fucking issue like being naked. I've spent time in nudist environments before. I like it. I think if we had like regular nudist sort of enclaves that we all participated in, we'd be a lot less fucked up. You know what I'm saying? A lot of our fucked upness is about that, like, you know, that craziness. It's how it goes east of La Brea. Actually, Pico and Robertson is west of La Brea. But does it get wild on the east side too? Because Pico and Robertson is like right down south of fucking, you know, south of the Beverly Center and all that shit. The Beverly Center is up on Robertson, like higher up near like Melrose. Pico's like down. It's like you're almost down into Mar Vista and shit, but you're almost down into like Crenshaw, right? Except it's like not quite that far south. Just when I get kicked out, I get kicked back in. Is that Whittier? No, Whittier is down in Whittier's down by Orange County. Whittier is like not even really, it's in LA County, right? I think, but Whittier is like south of LA, southeast, and it's down in the more industrial areas down near Anaheim, right? Yeah, Whittier is more like, so if you have LA, like downtown LA is here, and then Hollywood is up here. And so Hollywood has West Hollywood right before Beverly Hills, and then Robertson goes through West Hollywood by the Beverly Center, this big mall, and it goes down into these like shopping boutique, nice restaurant areas down near Pico. Pico is one of the big east-west streets that's down by the 10 freeway. So it's kind of like Pico and Robertson is sort of like halfway between like the La Brea tar pits and Santa Monica, okay? And no, not Pico Rivera. Pico Rivera is a town. That is another place. Pico's a street, Pico Boulevard, right? So I guess technically Pico and Robertson is almost like Century City, right? But it's down by the 10 freeway and just east of the 405, right? Is basically where you're at. Like south of Beverly Hills, south of West Hollywood, right? And then if you kept going down Pico, below Pico, you get to there's Olympic Boulevard, there's Pico, and then you keep going south and you end up in like Crenshaw and Torrance and down by the beaches and shit. And yeah, it's way south of Beverly Boulevard. Yeah, Beverly Boulevard and Robertson is where the Beverly Center is. All right, there's Beverly Boulevard is up by Melrose. And then this is way down below Wilshire. You go south of Wilshire and then you go down, you hit Olympic and Pico. And there are streets that run from like Venice Beach and Santa Monica all the way across to basically downtown LA. Right? And pretty way southwest of Glendale. Glendale's on the other side of the hill. Glendale's in the valley, right? But yeah, dude, it was pretty wild. I love LA though. I hope to one day maybe get to live there again. You know what I'm saying? Dude, Glendale, that's where I went to high school, was in Glendale, dude. I fucking loved it, right? You live south of I-10? All right, let's go, dude. But yeah, getting kicked back in was one of my great accomplishments in the rock and roll days. All right, guys, we got 34 minutes, 5 to 20. Let's go. All right, let's get into some of this politics. We got to look at these Epstein photos. So I want to find. I heard there were 90 photos released. I've got a list of 17. I want to see. It says more than 70. Let me see how many are in my fucking thing here. Let me extract these real quick. So there's only 19 in mine. See, 19 photos are accessed. Where are the full 70 photos? Mr. Bungle, you like that shit? I never liked that shit. Friend of mine was way into fucking Mr. Bungle, and he liked everything that Mike Patton did, right? So I wasn't into metal, guys, right? I was not into metal, but if I had to pick a like metal / hardcore band from LA, I would pick 𝗏𝗡 And the only reason I was not into that music at all, but I would pick 𝗏𝗡 because we had a rehearsal space right next to each other in TK Productions. Like 𝗏𝗡 and our room was like right across the hall from each other. And the girl bass player from 𝗏𝗡 was she was rowdy and cool as hell. And so I liked them, like, right? I thought they were pretty cool. I don't know if they were like really metal necessarily, but they were kind of like new metal. But I was out of the metal scene. Okay. Dude, you know 𝗏𝗡? They were cool, man. They were fucking, I mean, I didn't like that music. I was in the Jane's Addiction, like, scene, right? So I was, like, more with these, like, pseudo-goth bands that were rock and roll and, like, Jane's Addiction and Fishbone and you know, the Chili Peppers and more of the, I don't know, like the Joy Division-y kind of fucking things, kind of bands. I was in that darker set of like the freaks, right? I was a little more with the freaks because, like, for me, the fashion and the scene of it was really important, and I sort of liked the fashion that went with the underground sort of, like, you know, the goth connection, like, right? You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't a goth, okay? But all of the women that I was like were like sort of had goth connections. I really liked the goth scene, the sort of like goth rock. It was like, wasn't really goth music, but it was a lot of girls that dressed really, I don't know, like there are a lot of like bustiers and a lot of like really flowery, like fishnetty, sort of kind of a little bit of an emo-y kind of dress before emo existed. But it was dark and sort of rebellious and had a little bit of punk with a lot of the fucking jewelry and shit. But it was also like very goth, a lot of pale skin and really dark fucking accentuated makeup. Steampunk, yeah, I mean, there was a little bit of that. And so that was like my scene, right? That was where I hung out, was with the local bands that were into that kind of scene. And it wasn't called alternative back then. Like, there wasn't really a name for it, guys. And we had places we would go. Like, in particular, there was a club I think it was like 6969 or 8969. There was a club on Santa Monica Boulevard that had a different theme every night. Like Friday night was like gay night, but on Wednesday night it was called English Acid. Okay, and every Wednesday you would see like local bands or touring bands that were like in that sort of Jane's Addiction, Fishbone sort of like vein. And so every Wednesday, the club was called Peanuts. And every Wednesday you went to English Acid. And so like we had meeting places, right? There was English Acid. There was another club on Highland that was called Scream. And so you had spots. Sometimes it was the Annie Club, and LA does this a lot. I don't know if they do it by you, but the way it was in the 90s in LA is there would be a building, okay, that was a club, and then the club would have a different name every night, okay? Every night it would have a different name, but it was like the same. Every Wednesday was English Acid. Every Thursday that club was called something else. Every Friday was called something else. And they were all scenes, okay? Like the Friday night gay club had a DJ that did this like Bronski beat type 80s shit, and you could go dance your ass off, but it would be a whole different group of people there compared to who were there English Acid on Wednesday night, right? It was this club, it was like a fucking... It was, let's see if they have an image of it, right? 7969. There it is. Oh my God, dude. That's it. 7969. But it was fucking, let me see if they have a picture of it when it was English Acid. It was 7969. Okay. And hold on, we have to go here. It was a one night a week club called English Acid. It was Peanuts every Wednesday, 7969 Santa Monica Boulevard. Dude, it was so amazing, bro. Dude, it was the shit. Dude, it was like the fucking spot. And so you would go, right? It was like Peanuts was on Wednesday. And then I think Scream was like maybe Thursday or Friday or something. But you could literally go out, right? You could go out, 4 nights a week, and you would be hanging out with the same people every night, okay? That's how we did it, right? That's how the scenes built. You had these theme nights, okay? And that's what we did, right? You would go to English Acid every fucking Wednesday, and then you were just hanging out in the same scene, and the same people that went to English Acid would go to Scream, and they would go to the Anti Club, and they would go to Club Lingerie, but you had your nights, right? And so we had our nights, so it was like your scene was going out, and you were just hanging out with the other people in your scene. It was really cool, man. It was like so cool, dude. It was like it made it really easy to like find your scene and participate in it, And I feel like, dude, you like 3 days, Ridge? Dude, that shit's amazing, boss. Dude, 3 days was great. I had a friend who was like involved in the music industry because his dad was a radio DJ. And so I got Jane's Addiction's second record with 3 days, and then she did and all that. I got that record on a cassette tape like 4 months before it was released. Dude, I was like the king, bro. Oh my God, dude. Dude, my friend Dane got me that record several months before it came out. I had a cassette tape. It was missing a couple songs. Yeah, Ritual. Dude, is amazing. I was such a king. I was like, dude, everybody wanted to hear it, dude. People are like having parties and like, you have to come to the party. Dude, I'm walking around LA going to parties with a fucking cassette tape, dude, and people are just like, oh, we're about to hear James' new record. Oh, dude, it was wild times, boss. It was, dude. Oh, dude, wild times. But it was, I don't know, man. I feel like we don't I feel like we don't have that now. You know what I'm saying? Like and maybe you have it still in big cities, but that there was like in the 90s, LA had a really good system of creating successful clubbing by the building essentially like lending itself out to the night promoters. And then these promoters built scenes and we all participated in that. And dude, it was amazing. It was so good. And then what ended up happening is because you had this core scene there all the time, other people showed up, right? Because other people who weren't in the scene would come to English Acid because where else are you going to go on a Wednesday where there's 200 fucking people with a bunch of like beautiful goth girls hanging out, like watching bands, dude? Everybody and their mother's like, we want to get in too, you know? Dude, I saw Korn early too. Actually, Korn, or I don't know if it was Korn. I think it was Korn, or it was the guys, like a side project of Korn or whatever. But they played at English Acid one night, and somebody set off some tear gas inside the fucking venue while they were playing. And we had to all like be evacuated out into the street, dude. Dude, it was funny. Oh shit, bro. Dude, man, it was such a good time, dude. Dude, it was so good. But you know, like eventually drugs and Seattle kind of ruined it, right? Seattle ruined it, and they didn't intend to ruin it. It's just what happens when that which is your own becomes everybody's, right? Because a shift happened to where you know, prior to the explosion of Seattle, like even in the beginning of the Seattle, the first couple of years was fine, but eventually, like LA bands were moving to Seattle to get signed, and then Seattle, anything with the name Seattle was getting signed, and then pretty soon everything on the radio. Right? Like you went from like none of your bands being on KXLU and to like every, you know, fucking the mom's radio station was playing your rock bands like Blink 182 and shit. And it's like, dude, what are we doing, bro? Right? It was fucking crazy. And it just became 94 was the pivot year. And also the also was the DJs. Okay, DJs fucked it up too. I don't know if really 94, like I feel like LA was actually pretty good until about 97, right? In 97, LA started sort of like diminishing, right? It was like 97 is when the radio was filled with this, like, you know, Offspring, like punk pop or whatever was starting to come up. And it's like the Orange County shit started taking over. And that shit was trash, dude. The Orange County, like, I didn't like any of that goofy Orange County punk, right? I didn't like that stuff. It wasn't dark enough. It was too fucking chipper for me. And so 97, and then DJs, like all the clubs started disappearing. Club scene is dying due to it being a thirst trap. See, the club scene in LA started dying because DJs, okay? Because DJs were like lower cover charges, guys, okay? They didn't have to hire a band or multiple bands. They didn't have to pay them. The promoters made more money, so they'd have a DJ, and then they could charge like $8. And so it was cheaper to go to DJ shows, and everybody started going to DJ shows. And then like everybody, like the alternative became mainstream. And so the way people dress changed and shit. You know what I'm saying? And so it like became like very different. Became very different. Right? Dude, Dave Matthews. Oh, dude, I hated Dave Matthews. Dude, I hated Dave Matthews. That was like all the college kids like Dave Matthews, bro. I was a college dropout, right? And all the like sorority girls like Dave Matthews. Dude, nah. Oh. Dude, fucking Dave Matthews. Although I did go see them once. Snow Puppies are digging the musical chat. Let's go! Dude, you know, ecstasy. Yeah, I did a lot of MDMA in the 90s. I didn't really do MDMA and go to raves, though. I used to do MDMA and paint. But I spent a lot of time with the MDMA. I think part of the problem now is people can't afford to go out anymore. Everyone is home doom scrolling. People need live music. Music is healing, connects us all. It's good for the soul. Jolie, you're right. You know what I'm saying? You're right. And I mean, I think it's twofold, Jolie, that A, people can't afford to go out and spend money on that. But I think it's also people can't afford to put those shows on, right? Like you can't even have a club anymore, Jolie, right? Because it's so expensive with the liability insurance and the fucking liquor license and all this shit. And then you have to have security. And I mean, even to have a music venue and have bands play, you need to like invest 200 grand to open up a fucking club. And then nobody can afford to go there once it's open, right? Dude, it's so true, right? It's fucked up. And I mean, I started noticing this when I was touring even 20 years ago. A lot of the young people, it's like it started with the all ages. They were the first clubs to go, right? The all ages clubs started disappearing. And now, you know, everything else is starting to disappear. But the 90s were good. But I don't know, man. I hope we get some kind of new revolution or something. Dude, we need something. Everything being online is just, I feel like it's just not healthy. You know what I'm saying? That being in the room with people, dude, because of Bush. Dude, I met Gavin Rossdale. Dude, I met him and Gwen Stefani. I waited on them at Jerry's Deli once. I gave them my CDs. They were actually really cool. She was like incredibly nice. I loved Bush. I didn't like her music. I didn't like No Doubt at all, but she was like really nice. And they came in and sat in my section once. It was pretty cool. They were pretty cool. I have to hand it to them. Like, you know, he's like, I mean, this was like 90, I don't know, 98, I think maybe 97 or something like that. No, it had to be 98. But like, goddamn, dude, he's beautiful. He is a beautiful man, bro. Like, seriously, let me just tell you, I don't even like men, but holy shit, was he a gorgeous fucking man, right? I mean, I looked at him and was like, God damn, bro, I wish I looked like that. Dude, I mean, you see people sometimes that are talented in music. You can be pretty ugly and you're still hot. But like, he was pretty beautiful, dude. He was like just, I don't know, just really pleasing to look at. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I wasn't like sexually attracted to him, but you just looked at him and it was like, God, he's so good looking, dude. He was fucking gorgeous. Gotta hand it to him. Yeah. All right. Let's go. Politics. Dude, I could have a music podcast. Maybe he's still beautiful. Yeah, dude, when Jenny and I, we went and saw Bush, and he fucking came right over to us. He like walked out in the crowd and walked right over to us, right? He did. He came right to us. Jenny's super hot for him. I thought that was pretty cool. Keep up the hard work. Thank you for helping Aware. Let's go. Thank you, Blue Baron. Appreciate you, boss. But yeah, maybe one day, guys, I'll have a music podcast. Maybe we'll do that. Right? Maybe a music podcast will be in the future. I don't know a lot about music, but I had a lot of adventures as a musician. Stop stupidity. Let's go. See, I've been thinking about a couple things, guys, of like what I'm going to do like down the road. Because I don't know if I'll do politics forever. Because for me, I have like a 5 to 8 year limit where then I need to change. But I am thinking, you know, at some point, I think I'm going to branch off and do a travel channel right? At some point where Jenny and I are going to go and like get a Airbnb in Paris. And then I will stream from Paris, from the clubs and the coffee shops and the restaurants and the fucking maybe I'll go see bands in Paris and take you into the music scene in Paris. Like, and then we'll go to fucking Berlin and then we'll go to London. Like, I want to travel and make a travel channel, but not like your typical touristy travel channel. I want to make a travel channel where you go out and you meet the people. You know what I mean? Like I did when I was fucking touring. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to do, guys. Like when I was touring, I used to hang out with the people, and you go and you network and you meet people and you like experience the local flavor. Okay. And so that's what I'm thinking. Maybe I'll pivot to something where you get to see the world through my adventurous eyes of like, what kind of adventure can we get into today? And where are we going to go? And what are we going to see? Right? You know what I mean? 13 minutes. All right, let's hit the dance party before we finish with the politicking. Let's go, baby. So that could be down the future, guys. Could be down the pike, right? Dude, Wet Leg. Dude, they played at Revolution Hall, didn't they? Right? Wet Leg? Wasn't that at Rev Hall? I think I heard they were fucking coming to town. Dude, stop stupidity. Let's go. Dude, I like them, right? Wet Leg? Dude, I like them. I thought they were going to play at Revolution Hall, which is a fucking good place. A friend of mine was a bartender there for a long time. I don't know if she still works there. I should fucking find out. I haven't really communed with any of my bartender friends since before the pandemic. Everybody, you sort of lost touch with them. Sign you up. You're a bartender and tour guide biz owner here. Where are you, Allie? Where are you at? Willem, let's do this. Let's go. Dude. Candy O. Oh, Candy O. Yeah, the cars. Dude, the cars were good. Bare naked ladies? Nah. Dude, I'll take a rain check on the bare naked ladies. I never got into that scene. Nope. I mean, they were very popular, right? But not really my cup of tea. Oh, shit. You're from Denver? Dude, Jenny's from Denver. Yeah, Jenny is from Denver. Dude, there was a club that I used to play in Denver that was in like by 5 points, right? Let me find what it is. Hold on. It was, you ready? The place I used to play in Denver, it was all ages. It had like chain link fence inside. And it was called it was called Revo. Is that ringing any bell? And so I played, and then I played 3 clubs in Denver. I played the Climax Lounge, I played Revo, and then I played Herman's Hideaway. Those were the place, right? You went to Mullen? She went to Cherry Creek. Yeah. Dude, yeah, no, I had some good shows in Denver, right? The Climax Lounge, though, I think was the place that was fucking had the chain link fence inside. Denver, you're also Denver. 5 points. Dude, I like that neighborhood. I feel like 5 points gets a bad name, boss. Dude, because I had heard a lot of shit about 5 points, and I played a show there, and I was like, dude, this neighborhood is cool. I did. I played in Phoenix. Yeah, I used to play at Modified Arts and a place called the Trunk Space, right? In Phoenix. Can't believe I never played the Mardi Gras in Mobile. No, I never played in Mobile. The only place I ever played in Alabama was Dothan, right? It was a tiny little fucking coffee shop, right? In Dothan, which is like the southeastern corner, way down, right? Dude, James, let's go. Oh shit, dude, we're at 18 already. Let's go, baby. Dude, we're killing this. Dude, we got Proud Liberal. Let's go, boss. Thank you. I'm missing these guys. Dude, we got Joey with another one with the dance party. Let's go. We're securing this thing. Dude, let's go. Oh shit. Dude, we always get sidetracked, don't we? That's my fault, isn't it? I always get sidetracked, don't I? Right? I'm terrible with fucking sidetracking. All right, we're gonna shore up the fucking. We're gonna forge ahead. We have 2 and 9 minutes. I don't think we need to worry about that, right? So we're gonna forge ahead with the ADHD. I mean, I got it bad, guys. I got it bad. Like, but I try to use it to my advantage, right? I do. Once you mention Hollywood, it can go down to memory lane. But I don't know, man. I feel like I feel like some of that is actually kind of important though, guys, because you ready? So when we go down these memory lane things where I talk to you about like the 90s LA scene and shit, it's like I think this stuff is relevant now. And I think we keep ending up there because we are in a renewal of the need for community, guys. Okay? That's what we are. We are in the renewal. I mean, when you think about it, guys, when you think about it, you're already living the 90s. We're just doing it digitally. You probably have a couple streamers or whatever that you watch every day. You know, on Wednesday, I watch this person. On Monday through Friday at 11, I watch this person. Tuesday through Thursday, I watch this person. Like, you have little club nights that you go to and you interact, but it's like we're doing it all digitally. And so getting us all into the same room and getting us to do that same thing out in the real world, I think we're going to hit a renewal of this because we're being starved of it. Because we've moved into the digital realm, but I don't think we're going to stay in the digital realm. I think it's going to create, the same way that vinyl has come back. I think we're going to get back out again as soon as we figure out some of these affordability issues, right? As soon as we get venture capitalists out of real estate and as soon as we get some of these fucking corporations and stop having them fucking, grape us all. Have the dance party on me, incoming super chance. Let's go, dude, Chris. Let's go, baby. Oh, let's go. Dude, Willem, one more. There it is. Oh, they're all coming in strong, dude. Stop the stupidity, dude. We hit the 21. They came in so fast. We hit 21 before it registered. I love that when it happens. Dude, my son is a vinyl junkie, dude. He is, dude. He has so many records. Thank you, Chris Birch. Dude, my son is like a total vinyl head, right? Although he doesn't have his records yet in New York City because he's got to get a job first. A bunch of his stuff is still stuck in storage. So we gotta like help get that rolling, dude. Furrow, let's go. He's fucking out there trying to make it in the big city, dude. Yeah. Well, so let me just tell you this, guys, okay? Let me just tell you, as somebody who witnessed a lot, okay? Remember, I was around when there was vinyls and 8-tracks, and then it went to cassette tapes, and then it went to CDs, and then it went to, right? Then it went to digital and burning CDs and Napster, and now we're on like Apple Music and shit, and vinyl has come back, and the recording went from like the tape studios to ADATs to, recording on like, fucking like consoles, built-in consoles and 4-tracks and shit, and then to computers. Yeah, the digital audio workstations, I had a couple different ones of those, like a 16-track, and I had a 4-track and all that. And let me just tell you, there's going to be a rebirth of like especially with AI music coming around, there's going to be a rebirth because you can't like the human putting their sort of energy into it is a tangible quality. Okay. It's a tangible quality. Like, and the more we get into AI and artificial music, the more valuable that tangible human soul quality is going to become, guys. Okay? I'm telling you, the more AI gets involved, the more real human artistry is going to become valuable because the AI slop doesn't have any soul, guys. It has no fucking soul. And so the human being, the soul of the human experience is going to come back into play. People are going to crave it, right? We're going to crave it, dude. We are. I guarantee it. And like, dude, it couldn't happen soon enough, man. All right, you ready? Let's go. Dude, let's fucking go, baby. I want to find these photos. All right, there's supposed to be 70 new photos. So they got a dump of 95,000. Okay? So what happened today, guys? The release today was not even the files, okay? And yeah, all of these photos were pre-camera phone, okay? These are, I believe, the ones that got dumped today were like the 90s, 98 and something like that. Now, and some of them may have been right around the time that those digital cameras. So here's what they got though, dude. These aren't even part of the files, okay? The files are still being held by Trump and Bondi, and they're going to do some legal wrangling. They're going to do some, trying to hold on to them and prevent the release. But the Dem Oversight Committee is still getting shit from the estate, okay? So what they got were 95,000 photos from the estate. And Robert Garcia said some of these photos are really fucking disturbing. And they only released a small slate of them today, okay? So let me see, though. I want to find... There's supposed to be 70. I want to find the full set, okay? Because the folder I downloaded only had 19. The originally is 19 Friday and another 80 later in the day. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Hold on, let me see if I can find these quick. Maybe they're in the same fucking spot. Let me go to the fucking... I had to log in on my Dropbox, though, to download them. So I want to make sure here... Okay. All right. So this is definitely more. All right. Let me download this real quick and extract it. There's definitely more than 19 there. Oh, yeah, 92. All right, you guys ready? You ready to get into these? So let's see what we got, guys. Let's go and look through these, boss. We got 92 photos. All right. So this is Epstein Island. This is a little fucking dune buggy that they used to drive around. I don't know what he's building here, but dude, the island is pretty pretty fucking schmancy looking, isn't it? They're building something there, some type of like, I don't know if they were building like a walkway, some type of sidewalk or some shit. They were perpetually, you know, perpetually doing construction out there. Ghislaine Maxwell, is that what it was? It's garden beds. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Fucking, the whole island was perpetually under construction. Here's a like water tank and some shit. Or a propane tank. Some type of fucking propane fucking tank here. Some construction. Some of these are, there's a ladder. Hold on. We got fucking zonked. Dude, we lost our chat. No, it's got the gas things on the side, right? Okay, that's one of the things if you looked at it, right? If you look at it, it has those things on the side, right? These things. Oops. Here, let me fucking queue up here. All right. All right. All right, let's get to the people here, shall we? All right, we're going to get to the people. All right, now we're getting into it. Oh, yeah. All right, here we go. Okay, so here is Epstein and Woody Allen. Of course. Dude, what a fucking creeper, bro. Right? Like what a... I mean, of course Woody Allen is hanging out with this guy. Right? Because Woody Allen is like... Dude, he was married to Mia Farrow and she adopted a young girl and Woody Allen started dating the adopted girl. He fucking married her, bro. Like, so creepy, dude. To date your, right, Sun-Yi? Yeah. To date your wife's adopted daughter when she's a teenager and then fucking marry her? Like, bro. Nah. Right? And they redacted the woman. We don't know who the woman is. Here is Trump with a bunch of like Tropicana girls. Now, let's talk about this photo because they're online. There was a fake version of this photo, guys. Okay, if we look online, they were today, the right-wing misinformation came in and they were passing off a fake photo. All of the right-wing people were saying, hey, look, this photo is the real Trump photo, right? Everybody was passing along this photo saying, look at this. But, dude, all these heads have been put on there by AI, boss. It's even got the Gemini AI mark in the corner, okay? So right off the bat, right-wingers were making the fucking AI versions of these things and disseminating misinformation from the very beginning, okay? When, in fact, what this is, guys, this is 1998. And this photo is very important, guys, because this photo is the thick of the Trump Epstein years, okay? This photo right here is in the 90s after Trump and Ivana broke up. Trump was busy with Trump models, and he and Epstein were best friends in the 90s. Okay, this was right around the time that Maria Farmer called the FBI on Trump and Epstein. And Trump would have these parties with these young pageant girls. This one, I believe, was like Tropicana. It was like a Hawaiian theme. They're all wearing leis, okay? And they were like extraordinary numbers of like 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old girls. And one time Trump had a party with him and Epstein were the only guests. And everybody in that room, all the girls, there were like 50 girls there, and Trump and Epstein, and that was the party. So this shit was like pretty creepy, guys. And this is really emblematic of, Trump's heyday. By the early 2000s, after Epstein, took Virginia Giuffre from his workplace, he sort of pulled back. Once Epstein was like taking girls from Mar-a-Lago, Trump started realizing he would probably get caught. And I think they started separating at that point because Trump became worried about, getting busted. But in the 90s, dude, he was like all the way in. Like, when did Trump buy Mar-a-Lago? He bought it in 85. Okay. When did... I'm wondering when it became popular, because in the beginning, it wasn't a big deal, okay? So it started becoming popular in the mid-90s, okay? Oh, okay. So he bought the property in 85, and it was 95 when he made it the Mar-a-Lago Club, okay? And so then it started gaining popularity when it became a club. And so that was just it, right? That I think... During the 90s, Trump was all in with the Epstein thing, but then once Mar-a-Lago started becoming a thing, and that's when like the socialites and the big money people of Palm Beach, that old money people are now becoming part of the club. At that point, he sort of had to like peel back because now he was building this really like big thing with all of the bigwigs in Palm Beach. And he needed to make sure that he didn't get caught up in Epstein shit, okay? So it was like Mar-a-Lago was sort of the tipping point, I think, as that became this social club for the wealthy people, right? Tune in every night to Politic while you paper route. Let's go. Thank you, Drea. Let's go. Oh, love it. Dude, I love it. Appreciate you. So, yeah. So there we go. That's what we're seeing. So this photo, I think, is very, very important, guys. Okay? And then this one is gnarly, dude. Right? This one is gnarly. Is right? And then what is going on, dude, with this photo? I mean, have you looked at this? Like, first off, we got Steve Bannon. Okay? We got Jeff Epstein. Right? They're in his office. They're fucking working on some shit. Right? And there's like, there's a photo of Epstein and some woman, a girl, looks pretty young right there. But like, what is this photo? Is this like a guy like passed out? Is this somebody that is drunk and they're laying on top of him? Like, something with this photo is very weird, guys. I was noticing this too. I wouldn't have even noticed it probably if it hadn't had the black square over the face. But like, it looks like there's a person, legs, and somebody laying over them or something, right? Or if somebody's passed out, or there's two people there, because this waist is not really attached to these legs. Like, I don't know if somebody's backwards passed out and somebody is like off to the side. And no, I don't think it's Photoshop, guys, because they have all this shit. Okay? They have all this stuff. All of this stuff. See, what's crazy is, you remember, guys? Do you remember when we looked at his resort? Remember, we looked at the island? All those photos, and there was nothing on the walls, guys. Let me just show you something. I got some more photographs from, let me just show you this, okay? Where is it? Give me 1 sec here. Let me find the other folder. So it was this one. There we go. USVI. That's it. Okay. Is the Virgin Islands one. So there's the USVI folder. Okay. We looked at these photos originally of like Epstein's, the ones with the dental chair and shit. Okay. Right. We looked at the dental chair and nothing was on the walls. Remember how there was all these rooms and there was nothing on the walls? Well, what I discovered, there's him with the Pope, him and Ghislaine, is they had all his artwork. They had taken all the artwork off the walls and they had it in one of the bungalows. Okay. So, right. So all of the artwork and shit, all of the fucking paintings, everything that was on the walls, all the photos that are on the desk, they have all this stuff. Okay. They have all of this stuff. They had just taken it all off the walls and they have it all stashed in this fucking room. So they have all of these things, all the possessions that they pulled from Epstein's, like this photograph, they have it. Okay. They have the picture frame and all that. They have all the items on this desk. Right. And so they like the whole thing is somewhere, but yeah, I don't know what that photo is. When I saw that, dude, I was like, yeah. And again, yes, to be very clear, guys, these are not the Epstein files. Okay. These are not the files. Okay. The files are still in the possession of the FBI. The files are still being hidden by Trump and Pam Bondi while they try and figure out how they're going to prevent them from coming out. These are photos from the estate that have been subpoenaed. This is from his estate that has 2 co-executors in the Virgin Islands. And this is stuff that when they took everything out of his apartments and his New York mansion and the island, you know, all the buildings in the island, they have all his shit in buildings and warehouses, whatever. And these are all his personal effects and his emails and shit that Robert Garcia and the House Oversight Dems, that day that they ambushed Clay Higgins and they forced a vote, they subpoenaed all this. So this is like shit that the FBI has never had access to. All of this stuff is. It's brand new. Okay, here's Trump and one of the victims on the jet. This has Trump on the jet. This is a big deal, guys. This is Trump. We know he took at least 7 flights, more if he was not listed, or more if he took flights on his small plane. Because remember, guys, okay, Epstein didn't always just take the Lolita Express to go to the island. He certainly took his smaller Cessna plane to the island as well. Okay. And here's photographs of people on the walls of the estate. This is some other creepy dudes and Epstein. I don't know who these guys are. If you know any of these guys, I don't recognize these guys. Is this Branson? Is that Branson? This guy? Yeah, I don't know what that previous image was. I fucking went ahead and fucking zipped over that. But is this Richard Branson? It looks like Richard Branson, right? That's what I was thinking, dude. Right? Oh, yeah, there he is. Oh, yeah, boss. Dude, of course. Of course it is. Do we know who this guy is? Who's this guy? Right? Sir Richard Pedo. Dude, who's this clown, dude? Jimmy Dore? No. Dude, it is not Kirk Cameron. Dude. All right, we'll look him up. I'm not going to get bogged down, though. We have too many to look at. I can zoom in, but, I mean, dude, he's like, you know, he looks kind of like Jerry Bonners, really, is who he looks like, but I know it's not him. but the director from the Bob Newhart show, he looks a little like Jerry Bonners, but it's not him. But doesn't it look a little like him? A little like this guy who played the dentist on the Newhart show, right? But it's not him. It's not Jerry Bonners. But when I first looked at him, I was like, oh, it kind of looks like him, right? It does sort of look like him. Phil Dunphy. Dude, we'll look into it, though, because he's not a primary person of interest, but we'll get to him. I'm sure some news reporters will. But we have like 90 photos to go through. So we're going to keep breezing. This one, look at this, though, right? Look at this. See, here's the thing, though, guys. You ready? I want to point something out here, though, guys. Okay? Because, you ready? I want to point out what the difference is between Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Okay? Because this is important. Okay? Because obviously Bill Clinton was in Epstein's jet with Chris Tucker, right? They flew to fucking Africa. He'd been on the plane before. He'd done business before. They were friends. For sure, we know Bill was up to something, but like Epstein had a signed picture, okay? Like a signed picture because Bill was like a friend, an associate, like the ultimate networker. I'm sure he probably hooked up Bill with a girl or two. Absolutely. But there was a difference where Bill was not like his close buddy, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, Bill was a network guy and a tie to the White House and, one of the most powerful people that Epstein knew. But Bill and Epstein weren't, like, palling around, okay? They weren't palling around. Like, Trump and Epstein were palling around. Was that guy Dean Common? Oh, yeah, that's him. That's him, Dean Common. There he is. That's totally him, dude. Crazy, dude. All right. Oh, shit, bro. Fucking wild. Good call, people. Dude, that's our guy, dude, right there. Dean Common, Richard Branson, and Jeffrey Epstein on the island. Okay? Now, again, though, I think Clinton was involved in this. Clinton was, definitely with some girls. Clinton was definitely a huge, like, power and business connection with Jeffrey Epstein, but Clinton was not Jeffrey Epstein's good buddy. And I guarantee you that there is way more Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein overlap than there is with Clinton, because Clinton didn't run with him. He wasn't in the modeling agency. Clinton was like a connoisseur of what they were selling. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he was way more of a customer. Whereas like Bill Clinton, when he wasn't getting whatever he was getting, I know he doesn't know anything about Jeffrey's business and didn't bother getting anything about Jeffrey's business. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, whereas Donald Trump, like, knew where the skeletons were buried. There is a big difference there. And I think that's the problem that Trump has, is because Trump knows you're going to see that he was so much more deeply involved and deeply connected. Okay, here's another one with Woody Allen and fucking Bannon together at fucking Epstein's house. And dude, this is like pretty gnarly. But guys, you ready for this? These are after, I believe these photos are after Epstein had been arrested. Okay? I mean, they're not dated on there, but let's see what we got. So the date is unknown. So we don't know the date, but guys, this is not like early Bannon. Okay, we don't have an exact date, but you look, that's not like 2000 Bannon, guys. That's like, this is like 2016 Bannon, right? Yeah, this is Trump in the White House Bannon, okay? And so he's got Bannon and Woody Allen hanging out with him after his arrest. Dude, come on, man. All right, there is 𝗙𝗪𝗏. This is 𝗙𝗪𝗏 and fucking Epstein. Dersh, fucking scoundrel. All right, this guy is Bannon and who? Oh, is that Epstein? Oh shit, dude. This is Bannon and Epstein. This is like, look at Epstein, bro. Dude, is that Epstein? That is, isn't it? He looks like shit, doesn't he? Dude, this is like 2019, bro. This has to be like right before he got arrested, dude. What the fuck, boss? You know what I'm saying? And they're in a mirror together. Dude, yeah, that is mugshot era. Exactly. Mugshot era. And you're right. It is a new phone, right? It is a new iPhone with it looks like the dual fucking lens camera. Okay. And I mean, there's a book here. What book is this? Somebody bought a bunch of copies of a book. Let's see here. The mirror selfie. Okay. So yeah. So there is well, I'm wondering if it's a book about him. Right? That's what I'm wondering, guys. If that book, side by side in what appears to be a room with Epstein holding a mobile phone. All right? The photo is all right, so let's see here. In the Bannon Epstein mirror selfie photo, what books are on the table? Yeah, I'm wondering if there were books about him, dude. There is no table with books prominent in that image. You're lying. Dude, see, AI? Dude, AI's wrong, bro. Because look at that. There are books on the table. This AI, dude. AI blows, bro. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, I want to know what those books are. Let's see, though. I mean, if we look at it, it looks like there's a photo that is split by some writing. It's like a 3-word title, it looks like. I mean, it's backwards because we're in the fucking mirror. But the reason why I'm questioning this, guys, here's why I'm questioning is because, look, it's the same book. Okay, it's 5 copies of the same book, which is why this is a book that obviously Fire and Fury. Yes, I bet that's it. Here, I don't want to fucking dox myself here, but let me look. Oh, yeah, that's it. There it is. Fire and fury inside the Trump White House. Okay? And there it is. Fire and fury with the little Trump photo on it. That's it. Good call. White cover. Good job. And the reason why I was wondering, guys, is because they're bought multiple copies. Okay? So like that is telling, right? Like you don't go buy multiple copies of a book unless it involves you or you're looking to see if there's shit in there or you want to disseminate that around, right? You know what I'm saying? And I mean, they went out and bought multiple copies of this book, so it also dates the photo, right? Now we know it came out in 2018. There you go, right? You see that shit? That is a tell, boss. It's like, boy, they're sure buying a lot of those copies. Dude, they're buying a lot of copies of that book, dude. That's it. Oh, Lord have mercy, boss. Let's go. All right, we keep going. Now we're on the ladders. Oh, here we go. Okay. This one is obviously we know this guy. That is Bill Gates. About to get on the fucking Lolita Express. Right? Bill Gates. There's the Bannon fucking one. All right, let me fucking close that up and grab the next group. Obviously, we have this one, which is the weird Trump condom photos. I'm huge. Dude, that shit is bizarre. Okay? That shit is fucking bizarre. There's one of Jeffrey Epstein on the fucking right. He's on the movie set. Okay? Now, let me just tell you guys. Let me just tell you this. Okay? Here's one thing I want to say about this. Having, like, been... You don't get on a movie set to go talk to a director like Woody Allen. Like, that doesn't happen a lot, guys. Okay? That is a very big move. And it's a move, too, that when somebody's there hanging out, everybody who works there is, like, talking about this shit. Okay? So that, and it's also, like, you're associating in a very public way where you're going to get scrutinized. You know what I mean? I mean, if you invite somebody to the movie set, everybody has now seen you. Everybody knows everybody in that industry. I mean, it's just really interesting. Was he producing something? I don't know if he was. Did he produce a Woody Allen movie? I don't think he did, dude. I don't think he did. He financed the documentary with Steve Bannon, okay? And he, like, got somebody a role. But, yeah, no, he wasn't a producer. He was just a visiting friend, right? He was just a visiting friend. And Woody always filmed his shit in New York, right? Woody Allen's movies were always being made in New York. New York was kind of a character there in his films. But, oh, dude, Woody Allen is fucking dirty, bro. This is like, I don't even know what this glove is, dude. What the fuck is that? I mean, the jawbreaker gag. Like, dude, okay, there's gags and fucking weird, like, ribbed fucking gloves. This shit is pretty strange, guys. This is some of the shit that I think Virginia Giuffre was talking about, guys. Let me just tell you, if you read her book, she talks about some nightmarish shit at that, like, Ghislaine Maxwell used to do. Okay, Ghislaine Maxwell used to, like, use instruments on the girls, and if the girls, like, if it hurt them, she would do it more. It was pretty brutal. There was a lot of, like, sadistic shit going on. Jawbreaker gag. We saw all these photos. All right, hold on. Let me go down. Here's another photo on a plane. This is Woody Allen. Who's this? Dude, I'm trying to figure out who these guys are. I know this is Woody Allen, but who's this old man? Do we know who this guy is? Let's see. Is that Larry Summers? All right, Larry Summers. Yeah. And who do we know who the woman is? Larry Summers inside a jet. Okay, that's Larry Summers, but do we know who the woman is? It was Alyssa New. It was Summers' wife and a Harvard professor. Okay? It is Alyssa New. Dude, People Magazine's gonna kill my browser. Hold on. Dude, too many ads, bro. All right, we're just going to let that go. So that was his wife at the time and a professor. And of course, Larry Summers, right? There's the Trump condoms. All right, let's go down further. Now we have this photo. Okay, this photo, though, is a new photo, but these photos there are some of these that exist. I've used some photos from that event in my right? If we look at Trump Epstein images, okay, those photos, there are other photos from that event. Oh, it's going to be hard to find now, but here, I'll show you. I've got them on my fucking hard drive here. It's this one. Okay, no. That's not it. It is this one. This one is from that same event. Okay, with Epstein looking over his shoulder and she was a model. This was a New York fashion sort of thing, right? There are a couple photos from this event kicking around, but it is different, right? Actually, is he in the same suit? Yeah, no, I had this one. Yeah, no, that's the same photo, actually. Oh, yeah, so this one already did exist. Same guy with his eyes closed, is just more cropped, a wider image of this. So yeah, this one was already out there. I knew I'd recognize this photo from I'd used it on thumbnails before, right? So that one was already around. Dude, the condoms are pretty weird, dude. The condom photos that's pretty fucking strange shit. Let's see what else we got here. This one, Bill Gates, and I don't know who this guy is. Do we know who that guy is? Dude, oh, is that Prince Andrew? Ah, dude, yeah. It's older though. It's older Prince Andrew. Of course it is. Randy Andy. Dude, crazy, huh? Yep. Randy Andy. All right, and now we have these house ones. We have a bathroom. Several bathroom photos. These are, this is the dental chair. These are from the island. These photos are from the weird dental room in the island. A bunch of, like, this is after they started cleaning this shit out, right? Taking all the artwork down. Those faces on the wall are weird, guys. Let's be honest. That shit is bizarre. Oh, look at that, dude. You know who that is, guys. It's Ehud Barak. That is the former prime minister of Israel. Right? Dude. This is the guy that Virginia Giuffre made a lot of claims about, dude. Real fucking nasty. This guy. Okay? He was the former prime minister of Israel, and then he was the defense minister of under Netanyahu. Okay? After he was the prime minister, he was Netanyahu's defense minister. And man, Virginia talks about him just being like gnarly, bro. Fucking gnarly, boss. I don't know who this guy is. Do we know who that guy is? Is one of the Dubai rulers, okay. I mean, there were a lot of princes and shit that were involved in this. We've seen all those. These are like the air conditioners. This is the outside of the estate on the island. This is a little, I don't know what that is, a little locked gate area. This is, I presume, wires for internet or cable or what have you. Filthy Rich, dude. We did watch. I'm almost done with her book. I have like I don't know 100 pages left. I'm almost done with it. It's a good book. It's a really good book. This is like showing, oh, I know what these wires are, guys. Yeah, no, that was an air conditioner, but that photo was not about the air conditioner as much as it was about the wires. Because the wires, guys, I believe these are all running cameras. You know what I'm saying? These are all running cameras. Okay? That's why they have these wire pictures. Okay? Because all of this shit is how he had closed circuit TVs. Okay? Because they didn't have internet or any of this shit. They weren't walking around on Wi-Fi. But that's what all these pictures are, because he was running a fucking camera system that went around the property. Okay? That's why it's Ahmed bin Sulayem. All right? That's who that was. And here is some type of basement. Again, with the fucking, there's fans. I don't know if it was flooding down there or something, but something's going on there. All right. Jesus. Dude. What the fuck, bro? Yeah, no, he didn't. He was very, I'm sure if there was internet, he had it for him. I guarantee you that Jeffrey Epstein had attachments to the internet for him on the island, but he did not have it for the girls. They got their phones taken and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I mean, it was also 20 years ago. So like the Virginia Giuffre shit and Sarah Ransom, that was all in the early 2000s. And so we didn't really have the phones like we did now. right? It was 2000s. There was like early 2000s. I don't know if it was still dial-up or if it had moved to cable internet yet. I can't remember when I got cable internet. There's him in the bath, dude, being a fucking creeper, being a fucking weirdo. Here's him with his book, with the James Patterson book, Filthy Rich, and he holds it up in front of his face, of course. We did, like, while I transitioned from gamer to political streamer, I went through a period where on Twitch, we watched a bunch of documentaries and shit. And so we did watch Filthy Rich. We watched the whole thing on Twitch way back when. It's worth a watch. I highly recommend, if you really want to learn about the case, get Julie K. Brown's book, right? Perversion of Justice, or get a year subscription to the Miami Herald. Okay, you can get it for like 20 bucks or something, right? You get a subscription to the Miami Herald, and she has every article she did about Epstein up at the Miami Herald. Okay, you can go to Julie K. Brown's Twitter, and you can she has a link to it, right? She is the reporter that broke this stuff, and she broke the case. Okay, she brought it back right there. Perversion of Justice at the Miami Herald. She has every article she did. It's a lot of information. You can see how this story developed. And then she wrote the book, Perversion of Justice, which is like an amalgamation of that. Because essentially what happened was this story was dead. Okay? Epstein was dead. Epstein was gone. But then Trump became president. And it was the elevation of Donald Trump that led people to digging and starting to see the connections of Trump to Epstein. And then they started seeing, holy shit, how did Trump's labor secretary give this guy immunity? And so Julie K. Brown, you ready for this, guys? Talk about a crazy story. She was applying for a job at the Washington Post. Okay, a job she totally deserved. She didn't get it. And she was like heartbroken that she didn't get this job at the Washington Post. She thought her career was stalled. And then she stumbled into the Jeffrey Epstein story. And it became the shot heard around the world that literally changed politics and changed the course of fucking the entire future for all those women. Because she didn't get a job. Isn't that crazy? She didn't get the big job. If she had gotten hired by the Washington Post, maybe Epstein's never even got arrested. You know what I'm saying? It's like crazy, right? It is wild how she didn't get that job. And then she ended up breaking the biggest case imaginable. Okay? Just unfucking believable, dude. So there we go. What do we have here? This is the Dubai guy again. The guy from the picture. Okay. You know what I'm saying? And then we have another one with Bannon, and who the fuck is that, bro? Jesus criminy, dude. Who is this guy? Do we know who this guy is? Oh, that's right. Noam Chomsky. That's right. Dude, see, this sucks, right? Because Chomsky, he had some good that guy had some good political fucking ideas, but bro, what are you doing, homie? Come on, man. Dude, I took a political spectrum thing and my politics were right next to Noam Chomsky's. Dude. My politics were right down by Noam Chomsky, but my personal life is not with Noam Chomsky. Dude, fucking clown. Jesus. All right. So that looks like here's a massage therapy system. Ew. We saw the pictures of the flower pots. I think we saw all the people pictures. Yeah, we saw that one. Again, I want to go back to this one where something's going on here. Dude, I don't know what... This photo is very, very weird, dude. Right? There's something about this photo is fucking bizarre. No, it's not a pillow. I mean, there's... It looks like somebody who's partially clothed. They got a face covered up. Right? And it looks like there's a partially clothed woman. It looks like there's women's legs and another woman laying on top of her, and the woman is like passed out. Like whoever this woman's legs is, she's like passed out. And then there is another woman laying on top of her. Okay, somebody is passed out, and then it looks like another person is laying across them. Like there's a body here from these legs that is off to the side that we can't see, and there's another person laying on top of their legs, right? You know what I mean? That's what I think it has. Yeah, why would you have a framed photo of whatever that is? I mean, guys, you have a framed photo of that when it's an event, okay? It was an event. It was some type of like, you know, he had a lot of photos that were about these really big sexual events. In fact, in his mansion in Palm Beach, he had an entire room that was filled with like Polaroids, okay? And these photos, guys, are in the FBI files, okay? They are. So what happened is Ghislaine or Sarah Kellen or 𝗙cie_𝗏𝗀𝗧𝗏, one of the lieutenants, eventually the girls, when they were regular enough, Jeffrey would have Ghislaine Maxwell or the other girls take trophy photos of them. And they would go out by the pool and they would like take their tops off and like get skimped out by the pool, and they would snap Polaroids of them. And then those photos would all, like, Jeffrey Epstein kept them in this like hidden room in his Palm Beach mansion. He had like thousands of photos, right? It's crazy. Isn't that wild? Like, that shit is nuts. And then he had some of them, I mean, he had naked photos and shit all over the place, right? And no, those photos weren't even in a safe. The photos I'm talking about, he had in a room in Palm Beach. It was like a trophy room that he took girls into, where it's just, they covered the walls and they were in boxes. He had like multiple photos of every girl that had come through there multiple times. And they were just, it was just a room that was like a memorial to all these girls, right? Yeah. Yeah, no, there is something censored. Oh yeah, there's something censored here, right? We got something censored. They blocked out whatever that photo is. They blocked out a person on this photo, right? And then they redacted someone's face there. How can they be this stupid? There's a receipt. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a photo right here, too, right? There's something blocked out right there, too, redacted, like photo. So the thing is this is what you're talking about, right, Jenny? But so what I was going to say, guys, is that these guys, when you say, how can they be so stupid? It like they were impervious to being caught. You know what I'm saying? They were like impervious to getting caught. I mean, this guy, see, here's an example. You ready? So he had the police in his pocket. Okay. Now, eventually the cops, like the patrol cops, and eventually the Palm Beach local cops, fucking brought him down. But like, even after the local cops got him arrested, he got all the charges erased because he went like a level above. I mean, he did get an immunity deal with the FBI because they were so insulated, right? And dude, it's pretty gnarly. These guys, when you have that much power, you are above the law at a certain point, you know? I mean, he was above the law enough that, because the FBI, okay, you ready? So the FBI, the job of the FBI is to police the people that are above the law. That's why the FBI exists, okay? The Federal Bureau of Investigation is the law enforcement arm that investigates the people that are above the law. So you're talking the huge white-collar criminals, the billionaires, the government officials, etc. Okay, that's what the FBI does. Politicians. Okay, but he was so above the law that he was above the law enforcement organization that polices the people who are above the law. Right? Like when you have enough power that the FBI like erases your case with a pencil eraser, you're like in a different power strata, okay? Like even Donald Trump didn't have that kind of power, guys. I mean, Donald Trump got investigated by the FBI. He got raided by the FBI. I mean, Epstein got raided by the FBI too, but Epstein got, you know, his shit just disappeared. Like he had more power than Trump in a way, even though Trump had all the power at the time he got arrested. Dude, when I'm always on at this time, midnight. I normally go until like 3 o'clock. Oh, wow, dude. That shit is crazy. And again, guys, these are not the files. Let's watch 𝗙𝗪𝗏 though. Let's watch a clip of 𝗙𝗪𝗏 so we can put this all together. All right. I'm sure he did an interview today. All right, here we go. Let's see what we got. All right, you ready? Here we go. Dude, let's go. We're getting some context, baby. And again, I saw somebody in my YouTube comments the other day, and I did chime in because they said, oh, distraction from Epstein. But guys, here's what I want to assure you. All right? There aren't going to be any permanent distractions from Epstein. Okay? Epstein is not going away. It is never going away. It's going to go into remission like right now, right? 30 days while Pam Bondi and Trump are trying to hide this shit. It's sort of in remission. The Dems are releasing shit from, the estate. You know what I'm saying? So the Dems are going to do these releases periodically every time it's in remission. But from here on out, it's not going anywhere. It may go on the back burner for a month or 2 months, but believe me, even when it's on the back burner, two things are happening. One is Robert Garcia and all of the oversight Dems are pouring through the shit from the estate, which is new shit that nobody's seen. That's one. Number two, the oversight Dems are working on using their subpoena power to make sure that even if Trump and Bondi hide shit, the oversight Dems get to see it. That's two. And number three is Ron Wyden, okay? Ron Wyden is actively still pursuing the financial, trail of this case. My senator from Oregon, he and his team are still looking into the banking and trying to follow the trail of shell companies and bank deposits, et cetera, et cetera. And hopefully he fucking figures this out before he dies, because he's getting up to 90 years old. You know what I'm saying? Dude, eat the rich. Yes, boxing. I'm with you on that one. So there's three prongs of attack that are happening all the time, even if it doesn't seem like shit is going on. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? And what Ron? Oh, what's up with Ron? Ron Gsell? Something going on with Ron here? Well, oh, your mom is dying from pneumonia? Oh, fuck, bro. That sucks, boss. New pick of Trumpy and Katie Johnson. Is there really? Let's go, proud liberal. Dude, will you put a link to it in Discord? Dude, all right, here, let's see what we got. Okay, White House accuses Democrats of cherry picking. Of course they do, but here we go.
Some of what was sent to us in this documentation is also quite disturbing. And so we have to be very thoughtful and careful about how we protect the survivors and how we protect the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. That, to us, is the most important thing.
When you say it's disturbing, can you explain why?
What I can say is Jeffrey Epstein was clearly a sick person, a horrible sex trafficker, and so was Ghislaine Maxwell. Like I said earlier, the photos are disturbing. There are clearly many photos of women. And those pictures, we have to ensure that we are protecting those survivors. And our hope is to be able to get the information about what is included in the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of photos that have been released by the Epstein estate, some very disturbing, of women and their conditions, which we hope to be able to share in the days and weeks ahead.
See, these women were like starved and abused and forced to be naked and shit. I can only imagine what they got, right? Girls, most of them were girls. Some of them were women, okay? There were on the island, especially near the end, after his arrest, he had a lot more women that were over the age of 18. There were a significant number of women that were over the age of 18. The mostly from what I am sort of divining, and it's not a hard and fast thing, it seems like most of the teen girls happened at the Epstein estate in Palm Beach. Okay, it was the Palm Beach local girls, but like sometimes getting those teenage girls to the island was more complicated because they had parents. Even if they had shitty parents, it was a lot harder for him to take a 15-year-old to the island, right? Oftentimes when there were girls underage at the island, I think they were coming from France. They were coming in via Jean-Luc Brunel. But a lot of the girls that were at the island were actually like 18 to 22 in the end, but they looked really young. And I mean, there definitely were underage ones as well, but there were a fair number of women. It was also older people, like Sarah Ransom was in her 20s, but she was like, it's almost like what you had to be was this. Is he had a taste for really, really young ones, but then he also had a taste for like these crazy, like voluptuous model bodies, girls that were women that were really skinny and very well endowed. And those women who had like the model bodies, but with also a very well endowed, he would bring those women into their early 20s to the island and like abuse them. And it was pretty gnarly. And so it was always, yes, girls that had some trauma, right? There was some type of trauma always. I mean, you know, with the Palm Beach girls, the teenagers, they were all from broken homes. Many of them had been essayed by parents or pastors, or they had a history of some type of essay already. And that's why it worked for him, because they were already girls who were being sexually abused. And so when they went to Epstein, they were being abused in a way they had already been abused, but now they were making money off of it. So in a way, it was like felt tolerable to them, and they were like getting something out of it. And what's hard to understand, that maybe if you haven't been through that, there's a thing that happens, guys, where when you get sexually abused, you sort of believe you deserve it. You start to believe that you deserve that type of treatment. And then, so if you are then getting abused, but you're getting something out of it, it actually feels like sort of like a sense of empowerment. And it's real easy for them to get wrapped up in it because they think they're taking control of that abuse, but they're not. They find out later that they're horribly traumatized. But then he would rope them in and threaten them, like, I'll kill your family, or you know what I'm saying? Like he was not subtle about letting people know. And what's more though, guys, is you got to understand that they had connections. Like, for example, let me tell you what happened with Virginia Giuffre. Okay, Virginia Giuffre, they sent her to Thailand to learn Thai massage. Okay, they gave her like an expense account. They put her up in a fancy hotel. They put her in a school. Virginia Giuffre met her husband Robert in Thailand, and she decided, fuck it. She just bailed on Epstein. She called them and said, I'm out, I'm leaving. She didn't tell him where she was going. She just left. And her and fucking Robert ended up going to Australia, where Robert was from, and she started a brand new life there, had a kid. Epstein and Ghislaine found her in Australia. They called her one day, like out of the blue, after he got arrested to see if she had talked to federal investigators. And then they sent people to Australia, like weird, sketchy people were like walking by their house and shit in no uncertain terms, letting Virginia know, we know where you are. We're fucking watching you. They like tracked her down from Thailand. They found out that she had moved to Australia. It was years later, guys. I mean, they were hounds, okay? They were like at the highest level of power and fucking enough money to be able to literally make anything happen, okay? When you have enough money, you can literally find anybody, guys. It's fucking disturbing.
Well, I mean, wow. I mean, it sounds like you're saying there's potentially images of women being assaulted or in sexual acts.
I think what I would say is that there are very disturbing photos, and there are many of those photos we have of not just of the island, which you showed earlier, but also of women. And I think it's something that is concerning to us, because at the end of the day, we're going to protect the identities of the survivors, and we're working with the survivors very closely to ensure that we don't reveal information that could be damaging to any of them. And so,
yeah. And so what's crazy is Virginia really grappled with like whether she should go public or not, because ultimately it was a reporter from the Daily Mail. Like, Virginia filed a suit, okay, as Jane Doe 102. This is how it originally started. Virginia Giuffre filed an anonymous suit as Jane Doe 102, and then a reporter from the UK, when they saw royalty mentioned in the lawsuit, the reporter from the Daily Mail UK figured out who Jane Doe 102 was. And she contacted Virginia's father, who sent the message to Virginia. And then she talked to her for months off the record. And then Virginia gave the photos of Prince Andrew, which is obviously what that Daily Mail UK reporter was there for. And then eventually Virginia said, fuck it, go public with the story. And that started the Virginia Giuffre like tentacle of this octopus. There were a lot of things going on with how this came out. But guys, it really was like the journalists that did this. And this is why a free press, not right-wing shitfluencers on Twitter, but actual fucking journalists who quantify the truth in their stories, and who fact check and double fact check and get multiple sources to confirm and run it through legal. Those journalists are the ones that fucking made this shit happen. Just like Watergate, man. It was the journalists. And I'm telling you, if we let our newsrooms disappear and we end up with people like fucking Cam Higbee and Laura Loomer, like, we're not going to have, like, nobody's going to discover the fucking criminals anymore. Okay? Because those shitfluencers don't do it. They don't do that kind of journalism, guys. It has always been the journalist, guys. All right, here's another one, dude. Robert Garcia is doing the rounds.
We received, this was just yesterday, 95,000 photographs from the
95,000 photos, guys.
estate. We were able to put out, so far, probably about 75 to 80 photos throughout the day today, many of which you've seen, a lot of the public has now seen, which is incredibly important for transparency. And our intention is to put out as many of the photos as possible.
You notice that they put Clinton out there, guys. I mean, they're being very sharp about this, guys. They're putting out Clinton. They're putting out fucking Noam Chomsky. They're putting out Bill Gates. They are not just sticking to like Trump only. Okay, I think it's important. I think the lefties got to fry too, guys. We can't.
While protecting, of course, the survivors, including in the photos are many photos of women and many photos that are disturbing and that need to be redacted and that we need to think through very carefully in how those are presented to the public. Because at the end of the day, the most important thing is that we protect the survivors. And I've personally met with numerous survivors, both individually and in groups, and this is critical to the investigation. But make no mistake that beyond what folks have seen today, Jeffrey Epstein was a sick man. Ghislaine Maxwell was a monster, and the harm and
dude, Ghislaine getting the minimum security prison, dude, is some bullshit. Because Ghislaine Maxwell, guys, was like dirty, bro. She was an abuser. She was actively involved in SAing these girls, man. She wasn't just like phone calling and arranging dates. She was like touching, harming. You know what I mean? She was actively doing threesomes with these underage. It was not good, guys. It was like, and yeah, dude, she was like, she also was the head of like, I guess what I'll call the manipulation department. Okay. And the manipulation department was how they like took these girls in, and then they actively waged psychological warfare campaigns against them to break them down, to keep them destabilized, to like make them feel like they were fat even when they weren't, to get them skinnier and skinnier and emaciated, and to like consistently make them feel like they were failing and weren't getting in the good graces. And then they would get them in the good graces of Jeffrey, and then they would rug pull it and make them, and then turn the girls against one another. Like Ghislaine Maxwell was like the queen of the psychological warfare that was constantly being perpetrated on these girls to keep them vulnerable and unstable and easily manipulatable. Like, it was really toxic, like real mind games. You know what it reminds me of? There's a scene. Did you see the show Barry? Okay, there's a scene in the show Barry where this serial killer is being an actor, and he sits his girlfriend down and he's like, yeah, if we really want to fuck with this woman, like, I'll go in there and I'll like lower her furniture so she knows something's different but can't quite figure it out. He's like, I'll replace her dog with a very similar looking dog. He's like, there are things we can do to make her think she's going crazy. And like, that is the kind of shit that they were doing here, guys, where they were like manipulating their reality in a way that was making the girls think like they were right, like hardcore, like gaslighting, to where the girls were thinking they were losing their minds sometime. And then they'd like reel them back in or get them put on medication or whatever, take them to a doctor. And so there was like a constant like play of like, trying to make sure these girls never had enough mental wherewithal to mastermind and escape. You know what I'm saying? And why are your comments getting censored? I don't know, Ron. I have no idea, boss. Like, YouTube just has a mind of its own on that shit, bro. I really, it's like the YouTube gods. I have no fucking clue, dude, how that works. I know it happens to people all the time.
They have caused women and children needs to be exposed, and the powerful men that did that harm need to be exposed, and there has to be justice.
Yeah, YouTube has some weird AI censorship that's fucking whacked out. Because we're on live chat. Like, it should be in there. But 95,000 photos. That is crazy, dude. All right, and he's out here doing the rounds, dude. Robert Garcia is good for him.
Now our plan is to demand that the president release the files, and we'll see what he does on the 19th. But I think, again, these pictures, some of these photos are really disturbing. And I know we've put some out today. There are many others. And some of the other photos that we did not put out today are incredibly disturbing. Well, right now our plan is to demand that
There it is. See, this was a good drop, though, guys. Okay, here we are. We are 6 days away from the release date, and now they're ramping it up. Okay? They're fucking ramping it up. You know? Right? And you're right. Justice will come from us, not law enforcement. Dude, law enforcement, guys, okay? Law enforcement is already like bothered by this. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Law enforcement is already seriously bothered by this. Because you guys, I don't know if you realize, okay, that there was a Palm Beach detective, okay? There was a Palm Beach detective that spent like 2 years of his life interviewing young teen girls, horror stories. They went through Epstein's trash. They served search warrants and found out he had been tipped off. They fucking built a solid case, okay? The police chief and a detective in Palm Beach, they built an airtight case. And then they literally watched the county, like the state attorney for Palm Beach County, just let him off. And they were like, what in the actual fuck? They ghosted them. The lawyers did. They found out that Epstein's lawyers and the state attorneys were making deals. And they basically erased. No, this was before Alex Acosta. This was Barry Krischer in Palm Beach. And they basically erased their case. And so then the detective and the police chief went to the FBI. They went to the FBI and were like, you know, guys, we just built a case, an airtight case, and somehow the state attorney and his attorneys just made it all go away. They sabotaged the grand jury. They threw our whole case away. And so they called in the FBI. And then the FBI came in and took over and had a 56-page indictment. And then Alex Acosta made that go away. Then the FBI made a deal behind the backs of the cops who called them and everybody. This was before Pam Bondi. Okay, she came in later. This was several years before Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi was like a junior DA in Tampa at the time that this was going on. This was like 2008, okay? And so then after they went to the FBI to be like, dude, something's going on with the state, and they fucking threw away our case, the FBI came in, investigated, then the FBI let him off. And they were like, holy fuck, dude. The cops were like, they were livid. They're like, are you shitting me? Like, what world are we living in where now the FBI fucking made our case disappear too? Gave him and everybody immunity. Not only did it not prosecute, it gave him fucking immunity. So they couldn't even investigate more. The guy and all of his fucking lieutenants, full immunity, gone, bye-bye. He served 13 months in jail. Sentenced to 18, served 13. And he had 12 hours a day in his office, right? While he served that 13, 6 days a week. Isn't that crazy? Dude, unfucking believable, man. They literally like went to the FBI and then they watched the FBI erase their shit, boss. Dude, and cops, like, I mean, you know me, I am hard on cops, okay? Because I find cops, like police officers, to be shit, but like, I've always had mad respect for detectives because they're not out there racially profiling people. They're actually solving crimes. You know what I'm saying? And so the like when detectives get fucked over like that, they don't take it well. You know what I'm saying? They really don't. And guys, Filthy Rich is a good book and it is a good movie. I highly recommend though that you go and if you really want to get into this, go to the reporters who broke the case, because Filthy Rich is great and it's a great dramatization, but there's a lot of information that gets in those docuseries. There's some information that gets like, it's not like they lie, but they sort of like leave out extraneous shit and they sort of sculpt it to make it more dramatic, which is great. It's a really entertaining like watch. But I think if you want to get all the factual data, go to the reporters. And because there is a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of like, you know, a lot of threads of misinformation get going in this case in particular. And so I highly recommend, if you do study this case, that you participate by getting as much information from the reporters and then looking at many different facets of it. Okay? You know what I mean? Because there is still a lot of like, you know, people grab onto little bits of misinformation and some of that shit goes. You got censored again? Yeah, Ron, I don't know what's going on with that, dude. I'm sorry about that, boss. Right? You know, that is crazy, dude. I have no idea why you're getting censored, dude. Dude, the AI is not your friend right now. Right? Right? But so the thing about this though is the thing that's really interesting about this is I don't know if Epstein was Mossad. Okay? Like, we don't know if Epstein himself was Mossad. However, based on his connection to 𝗍𝗢𝗏 and some of the big people in Dubai, what I do know is he had access to Mossad campaigning on his behalf, right? Whether he was an actual agent or he simply had the protection of the agency because of what he knew about 𝗍𝗢𝗏. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I mean? Like he either he was or he had their protection. I mean, you know, he definitely though, I mean, because 𝗍𝗢𝗏 was the defense minister. So if, you know, let's just put it to you this way. You ready? I'm going to put it to you in the simplest of terms. Epstein is pimping out girls to the defense minister, 𝗍𝗢𝗏, former prime minister of Israel, which means that 𝗍𝗢𝗏's network of power, which included Mossad and included the defense and the surveillance industry of Israel, that whole industry is going to make sure that Epstein is never in a position to leak on 𝗍𝗢𝗏, period. Okay, which means they're advocating on his behalf. They're like, don't touch him. He's, you know, with us. Right at the very least, he had their protection. Okay, he had their vouching 100%. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? 100%. Like, there's no doubt that he had the entire Israeli, I mean, dude, he was brokering deals for the Israeli surveillance industry to, like, you know, Côte d'Ivoire, right? The Ivory Coast and shit, right? Remember? You know, like that we fucking read that article and looked into him brokering deals for a surveillance state for the Ivory Coast. I mean, he was in there with the fucking bangers, dude. For sure, dude. Like, it's grody. Grody. Oh. Dude, Erika Kirk is dirty, boss. Dude, she is. Erika Kirk is dirty. You know? All right, so let's fucking entertain a little Erika Kirk's weirdness here before we go. I'm gonna go make some videos, but we're gonna finish off with a little bit of Erika Kirk's fucking, that's the fake Gemini photo, a little bit of Erika Kirk, and then I guess we should talk about this Sydney, like this Sydney fucking cam logger, right? And her thing about Trump and possibly Alzheimer's, okay, which is something that's coming to the forefront, which does need to get talked about, right? You know what I mean? Because there's something going on with Trump, okay? Let's see. And in particular, she was talking about an Alzheimer's drug. Let me find the tweet. There it is. Okay, so we're going to look at that in a minute. But dude, we got to look at these clips. This clip that we're about to watch here, dude, is batshit. This is batshit. This woman, okay? I posted something earlier today that is not even hyperbole. Like, if you told me I had to go camping alone with like Erika Kirk or Tyler Robinson, I think I would choose Tyler Robinson because I think I would feel safer around him than I would around her. There's something about her that is so creepy, that feels like possession. It feels like she's devoid of regular human connection and compassion. You know, like, I don't know, like her fealty to Jesus or whatever, the almighty Lord, like she would like burn you at the stake if the Lord commanded her to, you know, take your life. And see, she's fake, but I think some of this shit though is like, some of this shit is just really religious bewilderment, guys. She's not the first person I've seen who looks like they're, you know, mentally ill for Jesus. Okay. You know, I mean, she is also with the fake tears and, oh, stop. And she's doing all her little, whatever, her bad acting. But there is something that, like, it's almost like her bad acting is a result of a weirdness and a disassociation that is very real, where like she is so zonked out in religion world that like she's just not all the way together here in reality. You know what I mean? So for her, even trying to act normal just looks like, holy shit, dude, she can't even act normal because she is just blinded by the light of God, if you will. Like she is like, you know, zonked, right? She is, dude. Look at her eyes. Look at her eyes, bro. They're like pinned eyes for Jesus. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck, bro? But watch this shit. Watch the shit she says here. Dude, we serve a just God. It's like, no, you don't. I'm sorry. If you serve the God that's letting this shit show of like Islam and Judaism and Christianity all war with each other, and he's not stepping in to give somebody like the truth of which one's the real religion. So like tens of thousands of people are dying every fucking year, and he's letting like capitalists just outright greed with no punishment for the wealthy. Meanwhile, the poor are just getting shat upon. If your God is allowing that and testing to see if people will be like loyal to him, your God's a fucking dick, okay? I'm serious. If your God is allowing all this just to test us to see if we'll fucking, wash his feet, he is not just, and he's not good. He's an abusive fucking, like, sadistic fucking prick, okay? Let's be very clear about that, okay? Any God that would let the world do what it's doing to test its children, anybody who would do that is an abusive human being or an abusive entity, okay? Only an abusive man or woman would do that shit, okay? Like God, as he is written in the Bible, is very abusive, narcissistic, and abusive, 100%. You know what I mean? But anyway, watch this clip, dude. This shit is fucking crazy. She's insane, boss.
But we serve a just God, and I rest easy in knowing that. He's sovereign, but he's just. And so let the Lord handle that. But we serve a just God.
Dude, what's with the
and
eyebrows?
I rest easy in knowing that.
Dude.
He's sovereign, but he's just.
Dude.
And so let the Lord handle that.
Dude.
But we serve a just God, and I rest easy in knowing that. He's sovereign, but he's just. And so let the Lord handle that.
All right, so here's the deal. Dude, very deranged. Like, what's with the eyebrows? Hello? What's going on? Get this woman some help. But now, here's the thing we got to remember, guys. This woman is trying to, take over all the schools. Club America, TPUSA in every school. I don't think this woman is converting anyone, guys. Okay? I don't believe any of the college-educated women who are going to college to become CEOs or their own boss or whatever, heads of state, those women are not going to look at her and be convinced to do it her way, okay? She is only going to resonate with the most brainwashed of the brainwashed Christians out there, okay? You have to be like these fucking weirdos, bro, right? We looked at him earlier, right, about this shit. Remember the picture of those guys? That dude running for office in Oklahoma? Okay? Remember that shit? Where is it? These guys, we looked at their photo earlier, right? These guys, these are the only people that are going to respond to this shit. Okay, we will never forget you. We are Christian conservatives. We are Charlie Kirk. Okay, only these types of people that are so warped that they are becoming Charlie Kirk are going to buy into her fucking mayhem. You know what I'm saying? Yes, Toilet Paper USA. Normal women are not going to buy into this shit. Okay, right? Normal women will not fucking buy into this craziness. But now, guys, there's something very problematic, though, okay? Because we saw the video. I made the video about her talking about how she's telling Candace Owens to stop, and Candace Owens is like, you need to address some shit. But so Erika Kirk has been caught in a major lie, guys, okay? She has been caught in a lie by her own people. This is not a Candace Owens thing. This is, in fact, somebody that Candace Owens has been taking to task has caught Erika Kirk in one of her own lies, okay? And it starts with this. You ready? This was a statement she made, guys, okay? This was a statement she made saying, I have Charlie's cell phone, and nobody was trying to kill him. Charlie didn't think anyone was going to kill him. Watch this, okay? Watch this.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
Okay, so there she is with Glenn Beck, right? He did not say that. He did not do that. He wasn't sending anyone messages. I have his cell phone, right? You notice what she says. I have his cell phone. Yeah, it's like real easy to delete shit on your cell phone, right? Oh, yeah, I have a cell phone too. I could make it seem like I never talked to my kid if I wanted to. Like, hello? You know what I mean? Like, what do you think? Having his cell phone is like, what does that even mean? But watch this though, guys. She gets jacked here by Frank Turek of all people. Okay. And Frank Turek is one of the guys that, right? Frank Turek is one of the guys that Candace Owens has been fucking, taking to task. Okay. Why did Frank Turek tell us Charlie Kirk texted him? He knew they wanted him dead. Okay. So this guy, okay, if we look at who Frank Turek is, okay, he is a Christian fucking author that is heavily tied to TPUSA. Okay. All right. He is like one of the guys who has gotten very involved with TPUSA. He was there. Okay. He was in the SUV that took him to the hospital. He spoke at the funeral. This guy is one of these deeply whatever fucking Christian guys. Right? You know what I'm saying? That was like, right? That was fucking, like right there when this shit went down. Okay? He was right there when the shit went down, but watch what he says. Watch what Turek says. Of course, he's wearing a freedom shirt. These guys are all just trying to cash in, but here we go.
He wrote me this. Please pray for me. I'm under the gun on something right now. Prayers appreciated. I texted him and I said, I hope you've increased your security detail. He texted me back. He said, quote, I have. I know they want me dead. And I don't know who he meant by they. He wrote me this.
Yeah. Dude, you hear that? That's from fucking a guy connected to all this. So we don't know if it was the day before, right? He didn't specify, but it was sometime close to it, right? It was sometime close to it. It wasn't fucking 2 years ago. And this guy was a pretty recent, this guy was there on the day of. So this is happening nearby, but like,
He wrote me this. Please pray for me. I'm under the gun on something right now. Prayers appreciated. I texted him and I said, I hope you've increased your security detail. He texted me back. He said, quote, I have. I know they want me dead.
So there we go. So he texted Frank Turek, I know I have increased my security. I know they want me dead. And he doesn't know who the they was. Nobody knows who the they was, but it was like him feeling that people were going to kill him or somebody was going to fucking end him. And he did express it, according to Frank Turek, who was there with him, one of his closest like spiritual advisors. And yet Erika Kirk, though, is like, this never happened.
But he was not messaging people the day before saying, I'm going to be murdered. They're coming after me. Someone's going to kill me. He didn't say that. And I have his cell phone.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't the day before. Okay? Maybe it wasn't the day before. Maybe it was a week before. But he definitely, I don't know, man. My thing is I don't know what Tyler Robinson's involvement was with this, but I don't think Tyler Robinson did this, guys. Okay? I don't. To me, it's just weird. Okay? The no shredding of the neck, no exit wound, supposedly a 30-06. The FBI releases the roof footage, but they don't show Tyler on the roof. I believe that Tyler maybe went there to try and shoot him, but I think somebody else actually fucking shot him. You know what I mean? Or Tyler is a part of something bigger where he just knows he's going to be taken care of. I don't know, man. There is something else involved, or Tyler was like, you know, the way that they whisked him off and they took him not to the closest hospital. They buried his reports. We never heard about the autopsy. The governor of Utah became the spokesperson, and instantly they portrayed it as this leftist thing, which was like running parallel to an attempt to win an election against Jay Jones. So they were running a narrative about left-wing violence here in Portland with Nick Sortor and those guys. Like, you notice Nick Sortor and those guys came to the protests right after the Charlie Kirk thing and right when they were running an election against Jay Jones. The minute the Jay Jones election was over, Sortor and those guys, they left Portland. You never heard about them again. Everybody got off the whole left-wing violence thing. They literally, the whole thing was just an op to try and win that fucking election, man. And they've been doing this shit for years, okay? And they're trying to like martyr Charlie, but they keep everything on secret, and Spencer Cox is out there doing the PR, and the whole thing is kind of shady, but there's no proof of Tyler being a leftist, and the messages are really weird, and maybe they are, because Mormons are pretty weird, but there was still some weird shit around this, and then they paved over the fucking location right away. They made like that whole location is just gone. They disappeared the fucking murder location like real quick, like a couple days of investigation, and then boom, the murder location is just gone. They're, you know, TPUSA is hiding these SD cards. Everybody's lying, right? They're all of a sudden there was Netanyahu talking about Charlie Kirk for a week, even making videos saying, we didn't kill, right? Netanyahu's like, we didn't kill Charlie. Dude, what the fuck was that? Nobody asked you if you killed Charlie. We have literally the prime minister of Israel going on TV, like saying, we didn't kill Charlie, really? We didn't do it. We didn't do it. And then next thing you know, he's meeting with all of the TPUSA influencers. And now TPUSA is this crazy Zionist thing. Okay. Where even the TPUSA people are like, why are you guys like an Israel Trump thing all of a sudden? Even their own fans are like, what the fuck is going on? And Charlie, we watched that video yesterday of Charlie talking about the ethnic cleansing in Gaza and how he had real issues with Netanyahu. And like, so I don't know, guys. I don't know, but I'm telling you, I don't think it's as simple as Tyler Robinson being mad at Charlie and like just him getting the perfect shot with the perfect bullet that did no skin damage. I'm just not buying it. You know, I'm just not fucking buying it. Okay. Like I watched it. I watched that video. Guys, I've seen shootings. Okay. I've seen shooting footage, like police videos of shootings. Dude, when a bullet goes into your neck, it doesn't look like that, guys. Okay. Just a fucking pinhole of blood. A bullet fired from a hunting rifle does not look like that, guys. I mean, something went into his neck. Something fucking went in there and killed that guy. But it was, I don't know if it was like a pencil fiber projectile fired from a drone or like what was going on. But that sure as fuck wasn't a fucking hunting rifle. I mean, look at what a hunting rifle did to JFK's head, guys. To his fucking skull. Okay? And this thing was a pinprick precision bleed out and you are dead in like 2 minutes. Fucking perfection. That was not a 19-year-old kid firing from a building with a fucking hunting rifle he snuck in his pant leg. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, no fucking way, bro. And that is like, that's the thing that just fucking sits and weighs on me. You know what I mean? So we'll see. Just something about this stinks. And I'm not a conspiracy guy, okay? You know what I'm saying? I'm not. I don't really buy into conspiracies. I tend to shy away from conspiracies. But like, there's a lot of people behaving in a lot of weird fucking ways. And it didn't look like an exit wound to me, right? It didn't, I don't know. There wasn't any fraying. Like, that's the thing about the bullets, guys. Bullets leave like burns. You know what I'm saying? Like bullets, when a bullet goes into a body, it burns the skin around the opening, whether it goes in or whether it goes out. Okay? The bullet, when it goes in or out of skin, it leaves like a noticeable fry. Like the speed of the bullet creates heat when it enters a fucking body, right? And that heat like singes, where even if it goes by your neck, it will leave a burn, okay? And then it like shreds the skin, and it's like so hot that it causes a burn, and it causes the skin to sort of like burn away, almost like when you burn a piece of paper and the fire spreads. And man, there was none of that with him. But it was like, he bled out in an instant. It was like, you know what I mean? I don't know, dude. You know, that shit was I don't know. It just looked fucking weird, man. It looked weird. I mean, you see bullets go by people's necks and just fucking go past their neck, and it creates, right? If you fire a bullet 3 inches from someone's neck, their neck is going to have a fucking wound on it from the bullet just passing by them. You know, that's why the Trump bullet was some bullshit too, man. That shit was fucking, there's some bullshit with this stuff, dude. You know, there is just some BS, dude. And yeah, if it was an exit wound, that bullet would have hit something outside of him, right? If a bullet exited there were people right across the way. It didn't ricochet off a fence or a pole. It didn't go into a person in the crowd. Like, there's no way that came out of a neck into a crowd of 3,000 people and didn't hit somebody out there. Like, you know, the magical disappearing bullet. It exits and then it fucking vanishes, right? Or it does a U-turn and goes straight up and then off to the side. Like, bro, I mean, all you have to do is see somebody fire some bullets in a drive-by, and in, you know, drive-by shooting, they fire 3 bullets and fucking multiple people are hit because it hits somebody's leg and ricochets off and hits at somebody else. I mean, these things are like, bullets are like, it takes a lot to stop them, guys. Okay? They keep going and they keep shredding shit until something stops it. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how bullets work. They don't go through one body and then vanish. Okay? They will go through 5 bodies or ricochet off somebody's bones and break their leg, and ricochet off and hit a pole, ricochet off and hit somebody else with a chip, and then, you know, get embedded in a piece of concrete or a wood post or some shit. Okay? They do when Jesus is involved. Yeah, they do. Dude, Jesus just swallows the bullets, right? Jesus took that bullet and swallowed it up. All right. Last but not least, guys, this is our last little bit. Dude, let's look at this allegation, guys. This one is big, okay? This is Donald Trump. This is about his health. Let's look at Trump today, okay? If you look at Trump today, guys, the man did not look good. Okay, let's go to RuPaul. Dude, did you see him today? Homie Trump looked like shit, boss. Okay? Dude, look at this.
This year.
Look at him. Dude, look at him. Bro. Look at him, dude. I mean, dude, I don't know, dude. His hair is thinning like unevenly and uncharacteristically. And you notice the first thing you notice is this, right? You see this? This has been going on, guys, for a long time. Okay? He is always like got that hand covered up. That's the hand with all the bandages. That's the hand with all the discoloration. That's the hand. And look at this, guys. I know it's hard to see, but you see right down here? You see that little pooch? Okay? You see that pooch right there? That is like these areas, okay, are like swollen. It's like his wrist comes up, and then this area here is like, it's fucking like a sack of liquid right there. It is so, he has like a fucking, a double swollen, like it's almost like a goiter of liquid or some shit, a goiter of inflammation or fluid on his fucking, the bottom of his hand or like right before the wrist. It's not normal. And he's normally accordion hand talker. We know that Trump, the accordion hands were like his trademark, guys. You don't see him doing the accordion hands anymore, okay? You don't. You see him like hands down below the table, or he's got it like covered up, okay? And look at his face. It's like sagging. This eye is barely open. Like, dude, there's something going on with him.
At the end of this year, those extended Obamacare subsidies expire. What's your message to those 24 million Americans who will see their insurance premiums go up?
Don't make it sound so bad, because, you know, obviously you're a sycophant for Democrats. You're obviously a provider of bad news for Republicans. Let me just say something. The Republicans, I think I can speak for Tom and most other people. I think what most Republicans want to see is what I want to see. And I leave it to them, and hopefully they're going to put great legislation on this desk right here.
Right now, even in this talk, guys, somebody in chat said it. He's always sitting, okay? Always. He is hardly ever standing up, right? Occasionally when he's out and about, he's standing up, but those speeches are a lot shorter than they used to be. But mostly he was always sitting. Did you see that whole time? He did not move, guys. Even when he said, they'll put it on my desk at the very end, he just nodded his head. Look at this.
Republicans want to see what I want to see.
Watch his head.
And I leave it to them, and hopefully they're going to put great legislation on this desk right here.
Right? They're going to put it on this desk right here. He didn't even move his hands. He's literally just looking down, bro.
Is what I want to see. And I leave it to them, and hopefully they're going to put great legislation on this desk right here.
Like, dude, he didn't move at all. No movement. Hand solid. He is like it's like he's just barely holding it together. And he's animated, guys. Okay? He's like looking around, cutting jokes, doing his fucking accordion hands and like the little power hand moves. Like, this guy is never still. Okay? Never fucking still, bro. Never. But he's getting like more and more still by the day, boss. He just looks like shit, bro. He does. He looks like fucking dog shit. Right?
But we're stopping it, and we've stopped it now on water. You don't even find boats on water. You don't even see fishing boats on water. You want to go fishing in that area? Does anybody want to go fishing in that area? I don't think so.
Right? Like, dude, he's just not moving. It's so weird, bro. It's weird shit. Now let's watch him when he puts the cowboy hat on, guys. The cowboy hat is the one that was really interesting to me. These guys give him a cowboy hat. Let's find that one. Right? I mean, first off, look at the picture, dude. He looks like he's 150. Doesn't he look like a cancer patient? right? Tell me he doesn't look like a cancer patient right there. Like he's emaciated. He's not really filling the suit. I feel like the suits are even a little bit bigger. The suits are a little bigger, I think, because I think he's like swollen, right? He does look small because I think the suits are bigger, guys. I think they're putting him in the bigger suits because he's got edema like all over his body. But watch him when he takes the hat, okay? I mean, if you look at him, dude, it does not look well, bro. But when he puts the hat on, here it is. Here's the clip. All right, watch this clip, boss.
Mr. President, Michael Ruzioni, on behalf
Again
of
with the hand.
We have a replica hat that we wore at the opening ceremonies in Lake Placid. We'd like you to have that. And more importantly, I don't think words can explain how proud we are of what you've done for our team. Thank you very much.
Let's see, what do I do with that strap?
But do you see how slow and deliberate his movements are? Right? Did you see how slow and deliberate all that was? Like, right? It was really fucking, like, not very Trumpian at all. And he has trouble, like, looking, okay? He has trouble, like, when he fucking turns around, he turns his whole body. Look at this when he turns around. See that? He's got to, like put his elbow on the table and, like, turn around and look. Always seated, all right? Dude, the shit is pretty wild. Some shit is going down, guys. Okay? Some shit is going down. Now, what Congresswoman 𝗙ន់𝗪 all right, 𝗙𝗪 Dove, she is from California, 37th District in the House. Okay? And here's what she proposed. She talks about the Alzheimer's drug, 𝗪𝗪𝗡𝗄. Okay? And 𝗪𝗪𝗡𝗄 is administered through an infusion, which would mean like the regular administration of this through the hand. That would explain the constant barrage of the hand. Because the hand is like, he's covering the hand, he's hiding the hand, and it's not just a regular IV, guys. Something's going on with the hand, okay, where he is getting regular fucking infusions, okay? We have seen the photographs. We've seen the discoloration. Now they're like double bandaging. The last picture I had of the Trump hand was this one. Hold on. Let me grab it for you. It is this picture was just a couple days ago. Again, the discoloration is covered with makeup and he had a double fucking bandages. Okay. Now we have also seen the edema. We've seen him falling asleep. We've seen him discoloration. He's not doing the according hands. He's losing his thing. We've also seen the ankles. Right? We've seen the fucking edema of the ankles. All right? Now, the other telltale thing, though, is he keeps having MRIs. Okay? And that's really weird, guys. You have an MRI when you blow out your knee. You have an MRI when you're having like a brain scan. You have an MRI when you have like soft tissue damage of the heart. You don't have a lot of MRIs. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't have preventative MRIs. And then, yeah, he dodges. He doesn't remember what they MRI'd. Like that's some bullshit too. You definitely fucking remember when you go into that fucking thing, you know what they're doing. Okay. Right. But so the thing is though, is this, if you're taking 𝗪𝗪𝗡𝗄, okay, it causes swelling, it causes bleeding, it causes fluid leakage, which means you have to have regular MRIs. Okay. You have to make sure that the fluid leaking is not fucking coming out, right? right? You're not really going to have multiple MRIs unless they're monitoring an ongoing situation. And again, too, it can cause tiredness. So that's really interesting because we don't know. This could be speculation, but here's what we do know. We do know that Trump is appearing to show some type of signs of dementia or like a cooked brain, and simultaneously they go through periods where they hide him outright. If he was struggling with Alzheimer's and had sort of zonked out and couldn't remember who he was for a day or two, that is something that would be where they would hide him, okay? Where they hide him. I mean, Alzheimer's does come and go. It is a progressive sort of back and forth thing. It's not always there. People go in stages with it. They're fine. Then they have an episode. They fucking walk outside, can't remember where they are or who they are. And then it like comes back again. And it's very traumatic to deal with. But so they're hiding him, and his brain is looking cooked. He's definitely got some type of regular infusion in that hand that has been ongoing. He's had the swelling. He's getting these MRIs. It's all veiled in secrecy, and the guy can't stay awake at all. You know? So I don't know, man. I think it's a strong possibility. There is definitely something up with him, though. He is not like the Trump energy. I mean, if we look at him, right? If we look at him in a 2020 interview, even 2022, okay? Let's look at him in a 2022 interview, guys, okay? Okay, this was earlier, right? This was the one where homie got fired. I mean, look at this interview. Okay, this was fucking less than a year ago.
Very good defense, hopefully a great defense secretary, but he'll be a very good defense secretary.
You have 100% confidence in
I don't
Pete
have 100% confidence in anything.
Amazing, isn't it? Just that.
Fuck you, Russell Brand, you fucking rapist. Shut the fuck up, dude. You know what I mean? I mean, he's definitely, I want to find something from Trump in 2023. All right. Let's find him in 2023. I want to find some interview with him so we can just look at what he looked like. Here we go. This is Trump in 2023, guys.
President Trump.
Things that have been happening with respect to Biden. Look at everything. Jamie Comer, Jim Jordan, who are fantastic people and very legitimate people. I watched Jamie Comer just a little while ago talking about a lot of different facets of what's going on.
You see how animated this guy is? His animated nature is like part of his shtick, guys. It's part of his charm, if you want to call it that. Okay?
And he was the one that said, I guess there are 12 things where it looks like it's stone cold guilty. And the gun charge is only one of the 12. He said this is the only one that doesn't implicate Joe Biden.
So, but my question for you, did you talk to Speaker McCarthy about this?
And I predicted a lot of markets. I predicted a lot of things, frankly. You know, they say Trump was right about everything. I think that the way it's going now, you're going to have to, things are not going right now very well.
Dude, he is like so animated, guys. Okay? He is so animated. Always with the motions, always with the head expressing, right? That's his thing. Like he's really expressive with his head and reacting to things. Okay? And I mean, you look at him now, you look at him today, dude, and
country that really benefits, and it should be the United
this
States.
is even fucking yesterday, right? This is like a day ago. And look at him today, though, right? A day ago, he still had that expressive nature. Like, there's something going on, right?
See their insurance premiums go up.
I mean, it's a little bit of it. There's a little bit. I give him a little bit of fucking head motion. But, dude, he has got a lot of stillness down here, dude.
Let me just say something.
Right?
The Republicans, I think I can speak for Tom.
Dude, the decline is real. I mean, I'm voting for Pine Box. Now, I think this is her diagnosis is quite possible. You know what I'm saying? I mean, here's what I do know, though, is we're not going to know. They're going to keep it secret, okay? Right? You said he represents like your uncle who had Pick's disease or prefrontal dementia. The biggest giveaway is the way he's stumbling over words like he's drunk. Makes you lose all social inhibitions like he has. Yeah, no, I mean, dude, boxing, let's go. I think there is something to be said. And I was wondering this too. I was wondering about how he's got a much like bigger predilection to be like, I don't know, even more than normal, his uncouth nature. Like it feels like he's a little more aggressive and he loses his temperature or loses his temper a little bit quicker than he normally did, you know? And I mean, if you look at his approval rating though, I mean, dude, he's definitely swearing more and using terms that are like out there. Jesus, dude. He looks like shit. But, dude, his approval rating is in the tank, boss. Like, you know what I'm saying? Dude, this is crazy. Okay? Let me find one without the fucking ad blocker. All right? His approval rating, dude, is in the tank, dude. Like, in the fucking tank, bro. I think it's like 31%. Okay? An AP NORC survey shows approval of the economy is at 31%. The guy is just underwater. Okay? This is underwater. Right? Dude, this is what is fucking crazy, okay? And, right, and look at what they're doing. The GOP is pulling out a September poll. Dude, lost inhibitions, brain frog, absolutely. All in me, absolutely. And totally. But they're, like, the Republicans are using a poll. This is from September, bro. They're using like old polls, and notice the poll is like GOP because Trump is becoming like, he's becoming like poisonous. Okay. I know that story said, right here it is. His approval rating hits 31%, a record low. Okay. A record low. Right. Let's go back to that raw story. Hold on. I'm going to take off my ad blocker. But I think what it is, guys, is how even when he's stumping for someone, like when he was stumping for, you know, the mayor in Florida, like he's kind of poison right now. Okay? He is kind of fucking poison right now. Let's see if I can find that fucking. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dude, there's healthcare. There's healthcare. There's the economy. Prices are going up. He's telling us they're going down. He's hidden the Epstein. Okay. He has fucking, you know, calling everything a hoax. His health is diminishing. He's not inspiring confidence. They're infighting. Okay. They are infighting like crazy. All right. And here it is. December AP NORC survey, 31% approve of the economy, is lowest ever. amid worries over high grocery and housing costs. Overall approval sat at 36. Look at this, though, dude, with independents at 20. Bro, I didn't think anyone could have a lower approval rating than the Democrats had right after we lost the election. But, dude, 20% with independents is brutal. You know what that means, guys? That means Trump plus 15 districts are going to lose to the Democrats. That's what that means, that a Trump plus 14, a plus 14 Trump district is going to get swiped by a fucking conservative Democrat. Okay? You know? Just getting brutalized. And what does he say? Okay, he says, stock market just hit an all-time high. When will the fake polls show that I'm doing a great job on the economy and much more? Well, here's the problem, Donnie. Is the problem there, fucknuts, is like 93% of that stock market is owned by 10% of the people. So those of us who don't own stocks, we don't care how high the stock market is. All that means when the stock market is high and I'm paying $20 for a ribeye, all that means is you guys have a ton of money while I'm getting my dick kicked around in the dirt. That's what that means. Like, oh, great, I'm glad the stock market is booming because my crypto's in the shitter, my grocery prices are in the shitter, my utility bills are up, my insurance won't pay for my fucking tooth, and my cracked tooth I'm going to have to pay out of pocket, and you are like just raking it in on the stock market. Congrats. You know, and yeah, when Nvidia crashes, dude, there are going to be like Republicans jumping out of the window. So, I mean, this stock market thing is not exactly winning us over, you know? But, bro, this shit is crazy. And then what does he say?
And I think when the real numbers start coming out and when the real pollsters start doing the polls, I think you're going to see some really fantastic numbers. And that's good for Republicans, frankly, and Democrats.
Dude, when the real numbers start coming out again, what's with the fucking speech delivery, right? Isn't that weird? His whole speech, when the real numbers come out, right? Like, what is that, dude? That is not a Trump way to speak, right? But of course, it's when the fucking fake bullshit numbers come out, released by the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation puts out some numbers that says, hey, everything's cheaper than it's ever been. Dude, no pants? Shh. Come on now. Dude, we gotta fucking... Don't say the no pants thing. You're gonna get me all triggered. I had a dream. I had a nightmare that I fucking jumped up and danced during stream and I had no pants on. I got fucking lifetime ban from YouTube. Dude, it was a nightmare, dude. I woke up and I was like shook. All right? Because, I mean, crazy shit happens to me, guys. It just does. Oh, dude, that nightmare was right before stream. I was taking a nap on my living room floor. Dude, where are the job numbers? There are no job numbers. Doesn't it look like Melania's here reading the thing to make sure he says it right? Like, there's some shit going on, bro. Dude, there is some shit going on. Dude, look at these idiots, though. Look at these MAGA influencers. Just in, President Trump drops the hammer on the fake news polling industrial complex. Dude, Gunther Eagleman's got another banana, bro. Dude, can we look at the Gunther Eagleman? The Gunther banana? Dude, these right-wing influencers. There he is. Oh, there he is, dude. Having a little banana. Oh, look at Gunther. Let's go, dude. Oh, let's go, boss. Dude. Dude, yeah, dude, Gunther, dude, Gunther blocked me too, guys. He did. Dude, he's blocked me. Dude, Gunther is fucking, does not respond to the truth well. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. I gotta go make some videos. Oh, shit, what a stream, dude. We got some video entertainment coming your way, boss. All right. Take care of your head, guys. It's time for that dance party you all fucking hooked up. Let's go. Let's go. It's time to get into edit mode. Stretch it. Time to dance. Great show. Thank you guys. Yeah, no, tonight was fun, dude. I feel like tonight was very entertaining. Right? Oh. Oh, homemade chicken noodle with shrimp on the side sounds amazing. All right, all right. Yeah, dude. Dude, it's going to be a crazy year, guys. I'm ready, dude. I'm ready to wreak some havoc. Oh, you're in Springfield, Matrix? Let's go. One of my half-sisters lives in Springfield. Right? I have some family in Springfield. Oh, no, you're Springfield, Massachusetts. Never mind. She's in Springfield, Missouri. All right. My bad. That's on me. All right. Dance party. Stretch. I have pants on. Dude, I love shrimp. I eat a lot of shrimp. I eat a lot of salmon, too. I have, like, salmon and vegetables and rice, like, nearly every day. Dude, I do. I love salmon. I buy these like this fucking, it's like these frozen Atlantic salmon fillets that have like 35 grams of protein in every one. And the skin is really good. And I air fry them and have them with rice and usually like Brussels sprouts, broccoli. And then I mix up the other vegetables like sugar snap peas or asparagus or whatever, kale, collard greens or spinach. I do like a green vegetable melange with salmon and rice. And that's like a big part of my diet. Then I also eat a lot of shrimp. That is a big part of my diet as well. And then I have red meat, like maybe once a week I'll have a steak, right? A ribeye or a New York. But I used to eat steak like almost every day as a younger person. But now I'm in cholesterol territory. Like, I'm not, like, my cholesterol is good, but I don't want to have cholesterol, right? And so let the shrimp go. Dude, I love shrimp. I do make collard greens. Yeah, I like collard greens. I don't make them as often as I'd like because sometimes they're not fresh. They're not as fresh. I think they don't move as much at the grocery store. But I always do like kale or collard greens or spinach. Like one of those always. Like, dude, I like collard greens. They're so good. They are so good. Dude, I love shrimp. Oh my God, dude, shrimp is amazing. All right, you ready? Oh. All right, here we go, baby. Let's go, let's go. Time for a little deja vu. Good meal? All right, good mess. Oh, let's go. All right, let's get it. I'm stretched out. Time to get the game going. Let's get that energy up, people. Oh. Dude, that gets the heart rate up, boss. Woo! Oh. 'Cause I've been sinking here, and I can't seem to make up my mind. All right, guys, I'm gonna go make some videos, make some content, try to keep this shit rolling. I want to thank you guys for your endless support and for being here while I go through this fucking Trump chaos. I'm really glad I'm not alone right now. Nothing I take can help me escape the truth. The way, if you need me, I need me too. I can't remember the fucking words. All right, guys, I'm gonna go out, baby. I'm just glad I'm not alone going through this. I'm glad we got each other. All right, just build that community, local, with your neighbors in your friend group. No, like, good, compassionate human being left behind. Okay? All right? We gotta, like, take care of each other, and we're gonna have to try and keep each other sane for another couple years. But we are gonna win this. Epstein is gonna come out. The bad guys are gonna lose. Fuck 𝗙PUSA and Erika Kirk. All right? Right? It's true, I've been dreaming of you. nothing I take can help me escape the truth. The way I behave always gets in the way. Nothing I say can take my reputation away. If you need me, will I need me too? Maybe. Maybe. Thank you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Do you need? I do. Good night. It's over. Do you need anything like I need you?
freedom.